Good afternoon. Hello and welcome to the October 28th, 2025 BCC meeting here in South Walton. I would like to ask Brian Kellenberger if he would lead us in the invocation and the prayer.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate the opportunity. Before we get started, a few guidelines for our meeting today. If you have any items that make noise, we'd appreciate it if you cut them off or put them on silent so as not to disrupt the room. If you're going to have a conversation with your neighbor during the meeting, we ask that you take it out in the hallway. And if you're going to get loud, if you'll take it further down the hallway, we'd appreciate that. We can hear everything you say. There's going to be a difference of opinion in this room today. So I ask that everybody please respect your neighbor. And let's have a nice, cordial meeting. There's two opportunities for public comment. There's one at the beginning, and that is for people that would like to comment on an item that's on the agenda and they can't stay for the whole meeting. And the second opportunity is at the end of the meeting, where you're welcome to talk about anything you would like to talk about. It's truly public comment. It's not necessarily question and answer. If you do have a genuine concern, catch me during a break or during a meeting, and I will attempt to put you with a director or answer the question myself or help you with your problem. So with that being said, let's have a good meeting, and if you'll join me in the prayer and pledge, I'd appreciate it. May the Lord be with you. Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you again for this opportunity to gather as elected officials, staff, employees, and residents of Walton County to take on the business of the county. Please bestow upon the elected officials the virtues of gratuity and humility as they go about the consideration of these items on the agenda, and help them to see and hear through the collective eyes and ears of all the people of this community so that they can make the best decisions for all concerned. And as always, help us to treat everybody with patience and fairness and kindness. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The meeting is called to order. All commissioners are in attendance. I believe Commissioner Drake will be right back. I would like to say, first of all, are there any public officials in the audience that I would like to recognize? Is there anyone out there? Okay. Mr. Bagby from Destin City Council. Hello. I'd also like to say that I'm really saddened to hear about the loss of Fred Tricker. Fred Tricker was on our planning commission for several years, and unfortunately he passed away recently, and that is a huge loss, I think, for Walton County and all of his friends and family. He was a wonderful man. He cared about this county. He knew the land development code better than probably anybody else in this room. He took his time, volunteered his time to really thoroughly understand the program, the plan, and he worked diligently, constantly, to make Walton County a better place. And I'm just very saddened that he's no longer with us, and I just wanted to share that with you. Brian, would you start the recognition?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it, Madam Chair. Thank you. We're going to recognize a few of our employees today. The first one is an employee of the quarter for Kim Jones. Kim is our Code Compliance Office Manager and been with the county for quite some time, and does a wonderful job for Mr. Corman and his crew over there. So the second person is going to be Morgan Strickland. Morgan works in our library department and does a lot for the library, but one of the things she does is she drives our bookmobile and gets the books out to the different communities around Walton County, so everybody in Walton County has a good opportunity to lease or rent books from us. So come on in. Tony, give us a few words about Ms. Jones.
Chair, Commissioners, thank y'all for the opportunity to come up and recognize one of our employees. Ms. Kim has actually been an employee with Walden County for about 18 years. She's served in a few different departments, and we've been lucky to have her for about the last 4 years with code compliance. She is our office manager. Kim is an outstanding asset to not only code, but also to Walden County. She never hesitates to help out. It don't matter if it's Saturday, and every now and then I do call her on Saturday. At night, it doesn't matter. She's always willing to help. She helps her coworkers. She helps other departments. She's willing to help the public. So she is an absolute asset to both the county and to Walden County Code Compliance. I tell you, I try to, I know it can be aggravating sometimes, but I try to run all kind of reports because I anticipate what y'all are going to ask me, so I try to have those numbers for y'all. So Kim has got to where she's been with me long enough now, she almost can tell what I'm going to be asking for, so I go to her sometimes and say, hey, can we get a report on how many widgets of this? And she says, I knew you was going to ask that, I've already got it. So she's just, I mean, we're glad to have her, and I tell her all the time that we're happy to have her, but publicly I just want to say we're glad to have her, and she does an outstanding job.
Fantastic, fantastic. Kim, would you like to say anything?
I'd just like to say it's a pleasure to work for Walton County. I've worked in the public and private sector, and I wouldn't want to work anywhere else. I've worked in multiple departments, and everybody I've ever worked with in the county is just a blessing to work with.
Well, you're a sweetheart. Thank you very much for all that you do. We certainly appreciate you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Administration. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to recognize one of our library employees. You know, sometimes when you meet someone, you just get a feeling that they are in the right place, and that is exactly what happened with Morgan. She applied for a position with the libraries back in spring of 2022, and at that point in time, we were able to hire her on as a part-time contract employee. And when someone can really just get into your culture and really make herself an incredible part of the team, and she has taken so many opportunities to have a lot of professional and personal growth, and we are honored to have her back as part of the library team. She took a little segue and went down to TDC for a little while, but we were able to snag her on back. And truly having someone who embodies and advocates for your library and gets out into the community and makes sure that everyone feels welcome and accessible. We are just so pleased to, excuse me, sorry, I'm gonna get choked up over here. So pleased to have Morgan and to be able to have the opportunity to congratulate her for her exceptional customer service. So thank you all, we appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Morgan, would you like to say anything? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I want to give you an opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, very, very much.
Thank you
We
both.
appreciate everything that you have done for the county. Let's give them a round of applause and then have
Y'all take pictures, not me. No, right.
We'll do them all together, and then we'll do a separate one. How's that? I'm gonna get in the middle.
Too wonderful to pass up. All right, big smiles in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always nice to be able to congratulate people for doing a wonderful job, and we certainly appreciate that. There's something else that took place recently, and I'd like to share that with you as well. LaRae Smith. It's my pleasure to recognize one of Walton County's outstanding young residents, Miss LaRae Smith, who was recently crowned Miss National Peanut Festival in Dothan, Alabama. In addition to the crown, she has also won the verbal communication, stage presence, and community service categories. It's an extraordinary accomplishment, and notably, the last time anybody in Walton County won this was in 1970, and I believe it's the second time that anyone in the state of Florida has won this award. So it is really a big deal. And I have not met her, but just knowing what I know about her in the last couple of days, I'm just really impressed. She is a senior at Freeport High School. She serves as the student body president. She's an active member of the cheerleading team. Beyond her accomplishments in school and pageantry, she is deeply committed to community service. In 2019, she founded a program called Comfort at Christmas, which provides blankets and pajamas for foster children in our area. Through her leadership and compassion, this program has already helped more than 2,000 children, and she plans to reach even more this year. She embodies the spirit, heart, and excellence of Walton County. We're incredibly proud of her achievements and grateful for the example that she sets for others through her dedication, kindness, and service. She's a remarkable representative of our community, and we congratulate her on a well-deserved honor. She's really a special person, and for someone that age to have accomplished what she has within the community is just amazing. It's very heartwarming. So she's not here, but I'm sure that she'll be watching if she's not watching now, because she's a very busy lady right now, having just been crowned, and I think you can see her picture up here. She's beautiful. Let's give her a round of applause. Very exciting. Oh, lots of good things happening, so that's nice.
That's right.
Okay, consideration for the addition and deletions.
Yes, ma'am. We have one addition under Commissioner Danny Gladwell, District 2, to add to request to approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution proclaiming November 6, 2025 as Election Worker Appreciation Day. And I've put that item underneath Mr. Gladwell's tab after number 36, and we'll take it on then.
Motion to approve.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have one additional addition to,
Well, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
If you followed the list here, we're not there
we're
yet.
at additions and deletions.
Okay, well, we're from removing, did you want to remove?
No,
Oh,
I
I'm
want to
sorry.
add another one.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, go ahead.
Discussion of commissioners' expenditures.
You want to add that?
Add that under, being my sixth item.
Anything else?
That'll do it.
Okay. Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, public comments. If there's something that you would like to speak to that's on the agenda that you don't think you will be here for, and you'd like to talk about it now, please feel free to come up. Yes, sir. Hello, please state your name.
My name is Mark Hershinger. I'm a resident of, and a homeowner along 30A. And I'm under the impression that the bonfire, changes to bonfire ordinance is gonna be covered. Sure, it's HIRSCHINGER. So I was gonna comment on this, the bonfire ordinance, proposed ordinance changes. I'm not affiliated with any bonfire company, I don't own one, I don't work for one or anything like that, but I was surprised to see it as a change. And I was kind of wondering about what the rationale was, and if there's any kind of groundswell of support that's driving this, because I haven't heard it, and I've talked to everybody that on the beach, and I live by the beach. And I think code enforcement does a fantastic job. They do a fantastic job in everything, as does the police force that we have, in monitoring, watching, you know, guiding people that are involved in this activity. And I understand that there are 50 that are authorized permitted fires a day, which I think is very reasonable. But I think changing from wood to propane kind of defeats the purpose of having it. And I think tourists enjoy it very much, and we're here for that as well, as do residents. And I think that's part of the ambiance of a fire, is fire itself. And I think there's other things we could worry about more so, like giant homes that are 10-bedroom, 10-bath homes that we are saturated with now and impact the values of homes like mine that are smaller and near the beach. But I appreciate your consideration in keeping this nice benefit for residents and tourists intact the way it is. And as I said, code enforcement, at least where I live by Stinky's, very active, very polite. I don't know what problem we're trying to solve. If it's house fires, we should look at grills and golf carts and how they're handled. Those are the things that I think have caused recent fires. But I support the way it's currently written, and I think it was well crafted, and if we could keep it, that would be great.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
How's everybody doing?
Good, thanks. Please
my-
state your name.
My name is Brad Coe, C-O-E. It's my first time ever coming. And I don't have anything that's on this agenda. I did look. I've seen a bunch of people talking about it. But I am pressed for time, so I was hoping to maybe bring it up, and then maybe
Is it
even
on
if
the
I'm not
agenda?
here.
Is it on the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but this is for something that's on the agenda for today.
I understand that, but I was just hoping to maybe bring it up, and even if I'm not here, maybe they could discuss it at the end.
We
Or
can't
s-
discuss it if it's not on the agenda.
I mean, so I have to stay the whole meeting just to bring up something that it's bothering me?
Well, you can certainly get with the county administrator, like he said in his opening comments, on a break and let him see what the best redress for you is, department head, or where to go with it.
Yes, sir, I understand. Sorry
I'll get
about
with you,
Thank
Brad.
you, that's okay. Anyone else?
Hey guys, I'm Michael Hall. I'm with XL Beach Service. We manage the Blue Mountain Beach condos among some other properties down here. We were given a warning. It is pertaining to the agenda today, one of the signings. We were given a warning for placing beach sets on the north-south property line. Wasn't a citation, so I'm not disputing that, but we were told that it was each beach set was a sign, given it's enforcing the property line. But that would also mean all of our southern sets on the north-south line of the south side of our beach, the ECL, would be signs, and they were just beach sets that were rented out with name tags and actual customers, so we just wanted to point that out. They're real beach sets, they were actually angled towards the water. The backs of the chair with the signage was actually towards the inside of the property. And we haven't had any complaints from customers or beachgoers. And we also would like to keep the old school, just wood, if you guys could allow for propane, but then allow the other vendors and beachgoers to use old school wooden bonfires as well. Propane really doesn't smell any better and could even be more dangerous. A lot of increased costs to us, beachgoers and beach companies, having to buy new equipment, get rid of old equipment. And even could affect local stores that sell bonfire wood. So just want to bring those to y'all's attention. So
Thank you,
for your
thank you
time.
very much, appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Anyone want to remove anything from the consent agenda for further discussion? Nope?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. We need an approval of the
21 up.
Yes, we're going to move number 21 forward. So,
21 is a public hearing, Madam Chair. If we're going to take that this time, I'd request a motion to move it to this point of the agenda and to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to open the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Ms. Thompson?
Commissioners, this item is a request to approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving a tax-exempt bond financing to be undertaken by the Indiana Finance Authority with respect to certain projects of Sacred Heart Health System. This is a part of the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act of 1982. In order for Ascension, overall Ascension is doing a larger bond issuance, and they are pursuing being able to issue these bonds tax-exempt, and a part of that requirement to be able to do so is to hold a public hearing within the jurisdiction of where the project is located. $40 million of this bond issuance is applicable to Sacred Heart of the Emerald Coast, and we have Trey Absher here today. He is able to take any questions he is with Sacred Heart, but we are requesting that the board approve this resolution, and what you're doing is essentially acknowledging and authorizing them to issue these bonds. And it does state within the resolution that this issuance shall not be construed to obligate the county to incur any liability in connection with either the issuance of the bonds or the Walton County project. So there is no liability on the county for this.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience?
This is a public hearing, so anybody wishing to speak, now is the time.
Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We need to close this hearing?
We do.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Now we are at citizens' request. Ms. Moore?
Thank you, Commissioners. Ooh, that's loud. Sorry about that. My name is Lee Moore, M-O-O-R-E, and I'm representing Scenic Walton today, and also the group of community leaders and business folks down in Inlet Beach that have worked tirelessly for about 10 years now on the underpass, the pedestrian cyclist underpass. And what we were finding is, and are finding, is that while the underpass is getting a good level of use, there are still a good number of people crossing at grade on foot and bike, and it's incredibly dangerous. There have been some harrowing close calls. There are videos of it, and I don't know if you all have seen any of that, but very, very scary. And so, and something to keep in mind too is that the fewer pedestrians and cyclists crossing there, the safer it gets for everybody, including regular vehicular traffic. So we started talking with Chance Powell in engineering, and we've also, Chance has talked with FDOT about this, of course, since it's a state facility, and came up with some great ideas, mostly, honestly, Chance. He's wonderful and just has a great mind for this type of thing. So what we're interested in requesting is that some safety countermeasures be implemented there around the intersection. And what we're attempting to do is drive that pedestrian cyclist traffic to the entrances of the underpass. We feel like most of the folks that aren't using the underpass are tourists and are just probably unaware that it's even there. And because I think most of the people that live here and live around there are familiar with the fact that it's there and use it. So the gist of it is that we think it would be great there's traffic now coming up the north side of 30A, pedestrian cyclist, and then crossing at grade, it leads right to a crosswalk that crosses on the west side of the intersection across 98. And there's also a path from 30 Avenue that leads people directly to that crosswalk. So what we'd like to propose is removing that path that goes along the front of the point there along 30A, and then creating a crosswalk back to the south at the southernmost point of the point, and installing a push-button pedestrian signal there. We've even thought about maybe a little landscaping once that is hopefully done, and if it makes sense, just to guide people there, and that will put them right at the entrance of the underpass as they approach the intersection. And then Brian Corr has also agreed at 30 Avenue to reconfigure that walkway that leads to that crosswalk such that it's directing people more to the intersection, which will then lead them down to the underpass. So Chance knows the details of this. The schematic he put together in your packet was great. We think that it'll cost maybe $10,000 or $15,000 for the push button crosswalk, and so what ideas that have been thrown around are to maybe the TDC could fund that, and then Public Works could do the removal of the path and resodding over it. We'd also love to see some signage installed after that's all done, so we have a better idea of the flow. Just directing people to the underpass and letting them know it's there. So that's what we have.
I think what we need to do is ask Mr. Kellenberger to get with Chance Powell and everything and see if they can come up with what the cost would be, the feasibility of it happening and that sort of thing, and bringing it back. Would that be sufficient?
We can do that.
That's
Madam-
great.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
thank you. Yes.
one quick, have y'all got the approval of the state to move that crosswalk?
Well, there is no plan to move the crosswalk.
Okay.
It would stay right where it is. It's just that the facilities leading up to it, the pedestrian cyclist pathways and walkways would go away.
Mhm.
So it's really just, people are going to take the path of least resistance. So it's really kind of drawing that traffic elsewhere where it's safer.
Thank you, Lee. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Appreciate your time and attention.
Absolutely. Mr. Jackson, Todd Jackson.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so they're just gonna bring back something with the final details, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, great. Hi, Todd Jackson. I have the pleasure of serving as the CEO at HCA Florida Twin Cities Hospital. Of course, you all know Chief Voss that stands off to my left shoulder. So my request before the board today has to do with the opening of our freestanding emergency facility that is slated to open early in the first quarter of next year. So that's right around the corner. When we open, we anticipate treating a wide range of illnesses and injuries. And at times, we'll have patients that will require inpatient hospitalization or hospital-based services. So they're going to need to be transported to a receiving facility. That is something that only a licensed entity may perform. So my request before the board, and this is a mouthful here, but it is to approve a 5-year non-emergent interfacility certificate of public convenience and necessity. That's fancy language for it allows me to get a license from the Florida Department of Health to own and operate a transport service, if you will. This would allow us to be able to have control over transportation of patients from our freestanding facility to that receiving hospital for need of timely care. One of the biggest, I think, benefits, if I think about for Walton County and its residents, is that it allows Walton County, it allows Chief Voss to focus his resources on the needs of the citizens, i.e. 911 calls. So instead of having to take a truck out of service, so to speak, to pick up a patient from my freestanding facility and drive them to a hospital, we will do that. I'm not requesting any kind of funding or anything like that from the county. This is something that the hospital will own and operate in its entirety. And as the title suggests, this is interfacility non-emergent. So we're not trying to get into the 911 business. This is purely moving patients from our freestanding facility into Funiac to a receiving hospital for furtherance of care. I think it's a big benefit, both in terms of public health and safety. Now, as part of the license and something that Chief Voss and I conversed about, what we also intend to do, if this board approves the request, we will partner with a third party, Ameripro, and there's a representative, Jeff, from Ameripro that's here in the audience with us today, that if we were to become inundated with a number of patients needing to be transported to a hospital, we could pick up the phone and leverage that resource with Ameripro, enabling Chief Voss and his crew to handle the needs of the county. So that is my request.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to make sure I heard you right, there is no cost to Walton County for any of this.
That is correct. There is no cost. We burden 100%. Absolutely. Yes.
Just a letter of support.
Yeah, it's the way that the county is set up, Madam Chair. So this board has to approve my request. I will take your approval to the state, and they have to have that before they'll process the license.
Okay, thank you. We get-
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We look
Appreciate
forward
it.
to opening soon.
Thank you. Good luck. Brian, I think you're next.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, item 18 is request to approve the fiscal year 2026, 2027 legislative funding priorities and authorize myself, County Administrator, the authority to sign the attestation forms. So in your package, you'll have state and federal priorities list. I hope everybody's had a chance to look through them. And I think now's the time to ask questions or make comments about those items on that list. And appreciate consideration for approval.
Well, I have a comment. I see that we are asking for, I believe it is $7,000, or excuse me, million, $6 million, excuse me, $6 million to construct a new library in Defuniak Springs. I personally would like to see us work towards fixing up the existing library, the historical library, and spend some money fixing that and keeping that historical library rather than currently building a large library and to that tune. I think that, I personally think that that would be unnecessary at this point.
Okay.
That's my feeling, is the historical library can use some work.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The City of Defuniak is already working on repairing and restoring the historic library, and I'm fairly confident no one has any plans to not use that as a library, since it's the oldest operating library in Florida. But Defuniak is also the hub of the library system, the distribution point, and also there is a significant need for adult education opportunities and workforce development. So a new building would be for those purposes, not to replace the existing library, but to add to it. So I would think we need to keep this in. It's a request for the state to give us some money for a new library.
Does Defuniak have enough money to do what needs to be done on the historical library?
They haven't requested any money, so I'm assuming they do.
Yeah, they're in the middle of a, what I would call a light restoration of the building to include exterior components and some interior components to get that building back into, good shape. But from my discussions with our library director, is Walton County library system is at a large deficit of what is considered appropriate space per number of residents in the county. And so as Commissioner Gladwell explained, this offers that opportunity to get us back into better fit of what library services should be, and then also offer additional opportunities in the form of adult education and training and stuff like that. We purchased some land in Defuniak Springs for a library, I think it was several years ago. But that's the purpose why we have this request, to seek some more money to achieve that goal.
So the property is already purchased by the county?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Can
Any
we
other-
scroll back up to the number 1? That isn't any of the controversial road to the forest.
No,
activity?
no,
No.
no. That is a much-needed connector to try to help keep people off of Highway 98 and allow people to transfer from east to west from, it actually would go, in this instance, it shows that Goldsby Road to East Hewitt, but it would actually go from Mac Bayou, because you can get from Mac Bayou to Goldsby, so you could go literally from Mac Bayou all the way to East Hewitt. And that would be a huge benefit for all the people that live in that area.
That's what I make sure, because we just defunded, what, 300 grand. I just want to make sure this wasn't part
No,
of it.
no, it's not. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, and, yes, Barbara? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Kellenberg, where's the library going to be located?
So the property that we purchased is on Baldwin Avenue. It would be just east of 331. So Baldwin crosses over 331. Do you know, are you familiar with the Chinese restaurant? It would be just south of that, but facing Baldwin. It would have connectivity. But this is all very conceptual designing, connectivity to 90 and Baldwin. It's not necessarily the final place that we would build a library, but sometime in the past, there was a decision to purchase that land to help increase our library space.
Any other comments before, and we do need to vote and have a second, Barbara, I'm sorry, before you talk. Excuse me.
Motion to approve.
Second for discussion.
We have a motion and a second, okay. Barbara?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to talk about state appropriations, but I know we have a lot of seniors in the audience. I don't know if they think they have to stay, but it was approved on the consent agenda for what they wanted. That was just a point of order.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
But I am going to ask that the $100 million item, I didn't quite understand why there was a request for federal appropriation for $100 million for a study on the bay and the river study. Does that go down and continue with hurricane storm damage and all the other items? Or is that a typo?
This might be a typo. I'm going to have to defer to Melinda Gates on this. If Melinda can make a presence at the podium, I'd appreciate. They give her a second. She's probably in the back room.
Sure. All right, thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
catching
you.
that, Ms. Morano.
Yeah, I think it's one too many zeros.
I think so, too. I
I think
apologize.
it's 10 million, but if they'll give us 100 million, we'll take it.
That's big. I'm sorry. Barbara, I'm going to have to get back with you on that. Ms. Gates is not in today. She's some other thing, but thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other comments from the board?
So do we need to change this in order to
With the
pass it?
correction.
With the correction.
Right.
Okay.
Do you want to change your motion?
I'll amend it to the correction.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next item is item 19. This is the Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan. It's a request to continue to the November 24th, 2025 BCC meeting. At our past meeting, this item was tabled with a request to have a public workshop to discuss the issue at hand. The issue at hand is a scrivener's error, or what we believe to be a scrivener's error that was in the neighborhood plan in the intent of the neighborhood plan. Unfortunately, we were not able to get a meeting space in that community until October 30th. And also, it was a pretty tight deadline to make the advertisement requirements. So we're asking this to be continued until the second meeting in November.
Motion to continue.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue the Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is Public Works Quarterly Report. I believe Mr. Caraway is here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I just wanted to take this
Please
opportunity.
state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Scott Caraway, Walton County Public Works. I just wanted to take this opportunity to kind of highlight some of the projects that our crews were able to accomplish this past quarter. Our fleet maintenance facility completed over 1,300 work order requests. We were able to pave about 13.95 miles of roadway either through our Dirt to Pave program or resurfacing projects. We collected about 2,000 tons of material and delivered to the landfill. We processed over 3,700 public service request calls. Either constructed and installed approximately 974 signs along our right-of-way. Some of the projects we've completed, Carly Court and John White Road, Phase 1. Those were some of our dirt to pave projects that were completed this past quarter, along with the resurfacing of McCaskill Road, Clyde Brown Road, River Road, Cannon Drive, and Williams Road. We also had several drainage projects, Paxton Medical Center, East Laurel Avenue. We did some drainage improvements around County Road 3280 and Bear Creek. And we worked on a couple of park improvements, Bark Park, and Gentsville Park and Beaver Dam Park, which are FERDAP grants. We're continuing to work on those and hope to bring them to you next year. Any
Sounds
questions?
great. You've been busy.
We're gonna be even busier this next quarter.
Good.
Good to hear.
I like to see
All right.
progress. Any
All right.
comments from the board? Seeing
All right.
none? Thank
All
you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, Clay, you're,
I'll take us through our next part of this. We are now into public hearings. We have already done public hearing that is listed under the agenda as 21. I need a motion to open the public hearing associated with item 22.
Motion.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And
Motion
I'll,
passes.
and I'll let Mr. Corman make his way up to the podium if you have any questions. The first is a request to consider an ordinance repealing and replacing the Walton County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 20, Traffic and Motor Vehicles, providing for conflict, severability, and effective date. By and large, this is a cleanup of the overall traffic ordinance, dealing with a number of issues related thereto, and then the companion resolutions will be attached to it. I'll defer to Mr. Corman if there are any questions that have been about the changes that have been brought forward. Otherwise, I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Were there any, Mr. Corman, were there any changes that anyone brought forward? Or any comments?
I have no comments. This is, there's some, I think, changes to some towing and stuff that the sheriff's office uses.
It's really just an update of what you have to bring us into conformity with existing state law and the existing practice we're using now, especially going through the magistrate process as opposed to the county judge process.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank
While
you.
remaining in that public hearing, I'd request to approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution designating the fines and fees pursuant to that ordinance that you just adopted under item 23.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Still in that public hearing, I'd request under item 24, request to approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting fees and fines pursuant to that same ordinance dealing with non-consensual towing and storing charges.
We need a motion.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Yes. Hello.
John
Please.
Hanson, All-Pro Towing. On the fees, can we get rid of the gate fee that's in that section of 24?
The gate fee?
Yes, $70?
$75.
$75.
That's up to the board.
There's no reason to charge a customer $75 to walk in there and get you stuff out of your vehicle.
That makes sense. Would you like to change your motion?
How do we remove it?
Just if the board says they would like to amend the motion to approve the resolution with the gate fee removed.
I'll amend the motion. I'm in my second.
Okay, thank you
Second.
very much. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
I need a motion to close that public hearing, please.
Motion. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Public hearing's closed.
Need a motion to open the public hearing for item 25, which will include item 26.
Motion. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a request to consider an ordinance amending Chapter 22 of the Walton County Code of Ordinances, as well as Chapter 24 dealing with the Walton County Waterways and Beach Activity Ordinance and the boating on the Waterways Ordinance. I once again call Mr. Corman up here so that he may answer any questions you have about the changes proposed herein, but otherwise we are looking for a motion to approve this ordinance.
Do you want to do it for a motion first, and then we'll get a second, and then let them speak?
I'll motion.
Nope, okay.
Not without some changes.
Go ahead, let us hear some changes, and have
Or
you-
let's hear some comments. We
some
can't.
comments that you've got.
Well, you want me to just go over the changes? There's not that many changes. Just tell you what they are.
Okay.
Like we discussed yesterday. So I guess, y'all have the red line version up there, so that's what I'll use to go by. So, pages 1 and 2, no changes. Pages 3 and 4, we basically just changed from the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America.
I believe we're, go back to Mr. Corman, if you will, I believe we're, said 3 and 4.
They're numbered a couple different times.
It's not the red line version? Yeah, see if you can click on the red line version.
They don't have, there is not a red line version in this one.
That's in this.
That's in the next one. right?
Scroll.
You're on the next one, Mr. Corman. We're on 22, 24. Down there. No, that's a different, item.
25. We're on 25.
There is no red line in their packet on this, Mr. Corman. That's item 27.
Is this the one that just takes,
We're not on 27. No, hold on, back up.
is this the one that just takes out the boating stuff and,
This is the boating stuff. It's moving the boating stuff from 22 to 24, correct, Mr. Corman?
That is correct.
That's all this officially does.
if you'll resurrect that motion, I'll resurrect the second. So resurrected.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Okay, Tony, can you tell us if there's anything else that's changed at all?
Yes, as you know, you previously heard comments about the bonfire. I think that's one of the big changes.
Well, no, hold on,
Wait,
you're getting ahead of
we're
us
not
still.
there.
Oh, you're going, all right, so the
That's
boating
27.
ordinance.
We're on the
All right.
boating
Yes.
ordinance.
All right.
Yes.
Excuse me. We did create we created several definitions. We created a bareboat charter definition, which we needed. We created,
What does that mean?
it's a lease of a vessel for a period of time during which the charter assumes full control and responsibility for the boat, including selecting whether a person is hired to operate it. So basically, it's for like pontoon boats and when people rent.
So when you rent the boat rather than chartering the boat to have a captain on it to drive you around.
Right. So
That's
we've got that designated, and then we have a charter vessel with a crew, which means the hiring or leasing of a vessel from a ship owner where the ship owner provides the captain to operate it. And then the big new one that we added is the hired vessel operator. So what happens is, people will rent a pontoon boat. They're going to, whatever, be drinking or whatever, don't know how to operate a boat, whatever it is, and they want to be safe, so they want to hire someone to operate the boat for them. Currently, we don't have a permit for that person to get. So this hired vessel operator will be someone that, if you rent a pontoon boat, you want to hire someone to operate it for you, you can hire them, they operate it for you, they would get a permit. And we added, they have to be a Walton County resident or own a business in Walton County, and they have to cover the insurance just like any other permit.
Okay,
So that's the main change, is that addition of that hired vessel operator.
okay, and they need to come and get a permit, so that they can,
Yeah, currently, there's no permit for them to get, so we met with some of them, and they said, we'd be glad to get the permit if you create one, so that's what this is.
okay, sounds good. So we have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so now we are on 20, we need to close this motion, this public
So,
hearing.
so with that, we now move on, so that was 25, so with that approval, I need a motion in the same public hearing to authorize and approve you as the chair to sign the resolution that designates the fees and fines associated with this ordinance.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Now a motion to close that public hearing, please.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Now I need a motion to open for items 27 and 28 will be heard at the same time.
Motion to open.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to open. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's open.
So this is a request to consider an ordinance amending Chapter 22 Waterways and Beach Activities, providing for changes, as Mr. Corman already noted, to the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and making amendments in Section 22-31, 54, 57, 59, and 60. This is one where you do have the red line in front of you, and Mr. Corman, I think you can pick up right where you were starting on the prior one.
Sure. Like you said, we changed the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, and on pages 5 and 6 is part of the stuff that we deleted and moved to the waterways ordinance, where it talks about no wake zones. Chapter 2254, regulation of use and conduct on the beach and water bodies. In that overnight camping area, we added any beach access, beach dune system, parking area, or any other area on lease dedicated to or maintained by the county for overnight camping. Next.
Right there, I was just telling you, right there.
Okay, the next part deals with fires. This is the one that you've heard some comments on already. And typically what we do when we get to bonfires, we get a lot of input from Mr. Sanchez with the fire department, which is what we did this year. And the part about the propane bonfire pits is what Mr. Sanchez come up with, and he's here today. He's gonna come up and tell y'all how he come up with this and why he come up with it, and give you some options.
Why are you changing it from 20 feet to 30 feet, or from 30 feet to 20 feet?
Mr. Sanchez believes that if we go with what's in the ordinance with the propane, the big reason for separating was embers and smoke and that kind of thing. So with the propane, if you approve that, a lot of that will be gone, so we can move them closer together. And it also made the, I think it was 100 feet from habitable structure. He moved that to 50, the same as the dune system, because there's basically no embers, no anything.
Well, I personally haven't had enough time to really digest this since I just got the red line yesterday. And I would like to be able to have an opportunity to look into this and to find out. I've gotten a lot of emails. I need to kind of compare the emails that I've gotten to what we're doing and making sure what we're doing is the right thing. So personally, I'd like to delay this and have an opportunity to review it and bring it back at the next South End meeting. Is everyone okay with that?
I'll make that motion.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay.
Nothing against Tony, because I've been out with health issues, but Tony and I finally met yesterday, and I really haven't had a chance to thoroughly go through it. And so, anyway, I'd like a chance to sit down with you again and go through it and look at the emails again.
Well, and just to let y'all know, the reason we brought it back a little earlier this year than we typically do, you know, in the past, sometimes we kick it down the road and we end up, we're already in the vending season before we approve it. But if we decide to go with propane, we wanted to give the vendors plenty of time to prepare for that. In the ordinance, it says it does not take effect till February the 1st. So that's the reason we were bringing it back this early, to give them plenty of time to do that.
And I appreciate you doing that, but I want to make sure we do it right.
Sure, absolutely.
So I think that it's fair for us to
Do
have
you-
an
do you
opportunity.
wanna hear from Mr. Sanchez?
I absolutely do. I'd like to hear
Can-
what his, don't you think so?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we agree that we'll bring this back for the South End meeting in November? Because we have waited sometimes way too late. If you
Yes.
just keep kicking it down the road,
Absolutely.
So November, I think a month is plenty of time for everybody to digest.
And with respect to Mr. Sanchez, since we're now in a motion to continue, even though we're in a public hearing, perhaps it'd be better if Mr. Sanchez got with each of you individually and then came back at the public hearing. Letting him talk after a motion to continue really would be outside the proper protocol.
Okay, that's fine. Commissioner Anderson?
And, Mr. Corbin, I appreciate you bringing this to us early, because you know we never all decide the same thing the first meeting. So I'm glad you brought it out early, and we do need to get this done at the next meeting if humanly possible. But I really appreciate you and your staff and your hard work to get it ready, and hopefully we'll all be ready to vote on it at the
Yes, sir.
second
And-
meeting in November.
And we'll come around and meet with y'all also again and go over it again.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Can I get you to add the resolution to the continuance, to your motion to continue?
The next item, let's add
The
both of
next-
them into one
Number
motion.
28, which is the
Okay.
resolution. Can you add that to your?
Yes, I will add that to my motion.
Okay, so what we're going to do is hold off on 27 and 28, give us an opportunity to digest it, make sure that we're doing the right thing.
What is that date?
So,
So we are
comments?
continuing to a date certain, which is November 24th, 2025, here in South Walton. 1 PM still? 1 PM here in South Walton. So we're continuing to a date certain, so there will not be a re-advertisement of this. Of course, if changes get made between now and then, we'd have to redo it. But that's what we'll continue to that date certain.
okay? Yes, sir. No, I need you to come up.
And you can only speak on the continuance at this point.
And at this point, you can only speak to the continuance.
My question would be, I'm Ken Stange, by the way. 38
Ken, I'm sorry.
Ken Stange, S-T-A-N-G-E. My question is, public comment, will we be able to make public comment at the end on
No,
this
no,
at all?
sir, because
Okay.
it's subject to a public hearing.
Got it.
So under the board's rules, you have to speak in the actual public hearing.
Right.
So by taking your comments outside of the public hearing, it's inappropriate under the rules.
So we won't be able to speak to this until the next meeting?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I want.
Well, not the next meeting, 2 meetings.
Or
from
2
now.
meetings, yeah, that's what I mean, that's what I want to make sure, I want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
I didn't want to stay if I didn't have to.
Everyone's free to go if this
Thank
motion
you.
passes.
Yes, if you were here for that purpose and you don't want to stay, then you're welcome to. We will be talking about this in November.
They can speak to the continuance.
Oh, yeah, you can speak to the continuance.
Yeah, Jim Bagby, I'm sorry. I would ask you to think about pulling the continuance, going back to the public hearing, and allowing at least Mr. Sanchez to make his presentation for this reason. Because you're right, we have kicked this can down the road too many times for too many years. Once he makes his presentation, a month from now, you're going to just create more questions with the people that are in the audience here that might want to ask for or raise points, because then you'll kick it another month because you want to hold it in South Walton again. And then it'll be in January before you actually pass all these resolutions, at which point you'll be about a month before those beach vendors are having to either buy propane tanks or not buy propane tanks or whatever they're gonna do. More information now would be a better thing. After Mr. Sanchez makes his presentation, then you could go into the continuance mode. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My only comment on the continuance.
Excuse me, I need your name, please.
Kelly Anderson. If I understood correctly, you're continuing it until November 25th?
24th.
24th.
Okay, that's the week of Thanksgiving, and a lot of people are not going to be here, so something to think about.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to continue this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It will be continued till November 24th.
Need a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Now, Madam Chair, I will defer to you. If you did want Mr. Sanchez to talk outside the scope of that public hearing, certainly welcome to do so,
You can do it now.
unless he's already walked out the door.
Mr. Sanchez,
Sammy?
Would
You're
you- would you-
welcome.
now that we're out of the public
You're
hearing.
welcome now that we're out of the public hearing, if you want to just offer some comments as a representative of South Walton Fire District and handling these matters.
And by
Treat
the
him as
way-
an official.
Madam Chair, Sammy, we'll still want you to come around and visit.
Oh,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
yes, yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Sammy Sanchez, Fire Marshal, South Walton Fire District. Very briefly, I was presented with an issue with bonfires, and the biggest issues that we receive over the years is smoke and debris, and all I'm trying to provide is a solution. Certainly been working on that. When you Google bonfires around the state of Florida to try to find some guidance, there really isn't a whole lot, because we are one of 2, maybe 3 counties in the entire state that allow them. So I think we're trendsetters for sure, but it's hard to find any information about bonfires with regards to how do you eliminate smoke and debris. So that was going to be the gist of my presentation is provide you some information, give you some options of how to avoid smoke and debris,
Right.
and but still to be able to maintain the bonfires.
I had no idea that we were one of 2 or 3 in the whole
Yes, ma'am.
state.
There's not very many that allow them.
Wow.
So we're blessed, I guess, so to speak, that we can do them here. But if you look around the state, there's not many places that allow them.
Do you know why?
If I had to guess, it's because of probably turtle nest.
Okay. Okay.
Guessing.
Right.
Many years ago, back in 2010, we increased that distance from 100 feet from a turtle nest to 200, and that seems to have worked.
We're not
I
changing
don't-
that,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. I don't hear a whole lot from turtle folks anymore. Used to be pretty regular, so I think we adjusted that, and once we did, again, I don't get a lot of complaints, me personally, from them, so.
Right. Do you think it's better to have them 20 feet apart? I mean, we had them 30 feet apart. It seems to me like 20 feet is awful close together because some people.
As Tony was saying, the 30 feet was because of the debris and the smoke. I think if you eliminate that, you can reduce your guidelines. Again, 100 feet from the structures and habitable structures, I think we can reduce those as well.
Okay. Any other questions?
And I'll be more to sit one-on-one and show you what I've got.
Please,
Yes,
please
ma'am.
do. That'd be
Absolutely.
great. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
All
it.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, I believe, Mr. Curry, you are up.
So I put this on the agenda because the Freeport complex seems to be going out on the internet a lot. For whatever reason, I think there's construction in the area that might be cutting fiber. But since I've been elected, it's almost frequently. So I wanted to put something into place for folks that come in and maybe have to pay a fee or something and they have a check. Or right now, if the computers are down, we're done. everybody's just, they don't do anything because they can't do anything. Because obviously everything is internet-based, credit cards, so on and so forth. But that puts a kind of a damper in some folks if they took off time from work or lunch or whatever to go in there and pay a simple fee, and maybe they're paying by check. I just wanted to see if we could kind of put some kind of operating procedure or an SOP together to where if it can be done with paper, and then when the internet or whatever comes back up, then we can process that paperwork or those checks so people don't have to come back and visit again. If we could have something like that in every department when it comes to fees or actual turning in of paperwork, just throwing that, spitballing out there, if we could do something like that.
Commissioner, just to address the fees issue, we're in the process of updating our cash handling policy because it is a little bit dated, and it actually does still cover the issuance of paper receipt. It still includes that as an option, which we really, at this point, we don't have any of the departments issuing paper receipts, but we can, as we update it, just leave that in there as a contingency to make sure that there is a methodology of issuing a receipt for payment at any time.
Well, I mean, I had the convenience of obviously working about 6 doors down from a entity that I had to pay. But they didn't have a procedure because they said they couldn't take a check or they couldn't process that, which was fine. I just came back the next day, but I was just thinking in my mind, what if people took time off to come in and do that, and then they got to turn around, now they got to take more time off of work to come in and do it again, if we had something in stone, you know, that they could follow. So.
I'll be happy to. We're refreshing it anyway because we wrote the policy when we were just starting to take credit cards, so it does need to be redone, but I'll be happy to bring the revised policy back to the board, and that way we can push it out to all the departments and make sure everyone knows, even if the system goes down, you can take a payment.
Okay. And, you know, I love them to death. They were at the front window, but they were just like, no. I said, it's a check. It's a check.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, I'm sorry, we can't take it. I'm
We don't
like,
want to turn down money.
yeah. Especially from me.
That will also include cash, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because as Mr. Curry says, I've had several people complain about not taking checks or cash. And I guess I've lived too long in a world where cash doesn't buy stuff.
We try our best to get away from cash just because we're so spread out in so many departments and it's just a control issue. But we will make sure, I believe the policy does still, it covers all that.
And I know
I'll
it's
go
going
back
to be a
through
pain for us, but it's no more pain for us than it
it.
is
It's
for
anyone else.
the people that come up there with cash or check and have to go back. So I think we need to, you know, we're all living by the internet now, so, and since I'm not very computer illiterate, all that stuff is really hard for me.
We'll bring that back to you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Melissa.
Are you on 30?
Yes.
Well, real quick, what about QR codes, Cash App, things like that are cellular based? I mean, you can satisfy the payment right there on the spot if you have that set up with like Apple Pay, Cash App, Venmo, or whatnot. That would resolve it all.
Let me
Are
get
we
with,
equipped to do that?
I'll get with Jed. I don't know of any of our departments that are utilizing that, and I don't know if it's something that we can use, but I will definitely find out, because you're right, that would be a good option as well.
How many places do we have point of sales?
Golf course?
Quite a few.
TDC?
We've got it at TDC, we've got it building department, planning.
In the case of Commissioner Curry's instance, it was, I think, simply a matter of we use a platform where we catalog all the information, including payment, the fees. And when the internet went down, there was just a situation of, well, I can't put it into the platform, so I can't take it. What we're talking about now is we'll reestablish how we accept payment. Within that will be, if a platform's down, we can still accept payment, give a paper receipt, and then go in later when the platform's back up. What you're talking about is just another form of payment. We'll look into that as well.
Sounds good. Okay.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to apologize. I meant to put this on the last meeting agenda. there's a couple folks in the Bunker Hill area or Bunker area that are having some issues with getting any kind of service. So I looked up, if you pull on if you click on that, it shows some land. Okay, it wasn't in there? Anyway, we own quite a few acres in this area, and I was just going to suggest because WildStar was gonna be on here, but it's not now, but suggest if we would be able to give them an option to put a tower, however that's gonna look contractual-wise, on our land in that area to provide service for those folks. Not sure if we can answer that, or we have to wait until WildStar's here to answer that.
So Commissioner, appreciate you bringing this up. The WildStar people have approached us here recently with a indication that they may want to alter the terms and conditions of our agreement. It's mainly in distribution. We've asked them to provide us with some more information. As they bring that back to us, we'll include this in it as well, to see if their request is something we want to do. We'll mesh this into it. But it all has to do with distribution of their towers or distribution of their service. There's a
Okay.
few other things they'd like to discuss with us. We've asked for more information. They'll bring it back. We'll share it with all the county commissioners and then bring it back to the board for a final decision.
And I'm not sure how much, real estate a tower would take up. I saw some county-owned property in the
Yeah.
area, so I figured that, if that's something that we could have as an option, I would like to,
Yes, sir.
suggest that.
We'll make sure that we talk about particulars of the bunker area and distribution of their service.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
See, I'm easy, Chair.
That's great.
I'm easy.
I like that plan, too.
The next one, do you have pictures on this too, or no?
I don't think any of yours did.
No, sir.
Huh. Alrighty. Well, anyway, I brought this up because I wanted to make sure that we had some kind of volunteer policy or program, because there was one project that we were working on, the old fire station in Choctaw, and I had suggested at the last potluck that possibly we get some community involvement with landscaping, planting of flowers, whatever, pressure loss, just something to get the community involved and have some self-ownership of something in their community. And I was told at one point we don't have a volunteer policy, and I don't know what that would consist of. Do we need to have folks sign a hold harmless? Because we do have volunteers, like in our rec soccer and all that, there's volunteers there. What do they do, or is that separate?
So the short answer is, it appears this has been handled department by department. Commissioner, I was somewhat surprised to learn the same, that we don't have one singular volunteer policy form. In fact, if you look up volunteer on the county website, you'll get volunteer to serve, and that deals with applying to be on one of our advisory committees. We have an adopt a park program, but ultimately what we do need to do, TDC's had a variety of volunteer forms that I've handled for them over the past 15 to 16 years now. That being said, we probably need one standardized form for the county. There may be some optional language that covers multiple departments. There will be some language about hold harmless. We broadly have sovereign immunity. We have a variety of things to protect us from tort claims. But I think it is prudent to have one singular volunteer application. I've checked, the school district has one, the sheriff's office has one, a number of neighboring counties do. This wouldn't be reinventing the wheel. So with your permission, Commissioner, I'll work with admin. We'll get with HR, make sure they're comfortable with what that looks like. And then we'll just do a volunteer application where when they sign up, if they're accepted to do it, at that point in time, we have it on file and we have all the legalities covered.
If you would do that, I'd very much appreciate it.
We'll have it back to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One more?
All right, last one. I sit on the estuary committee, and a couple weeks ago, I was sitting on there and we were talking about water quality, and Aliquot came up. And there was two citizens in the audience. Once we noticed that there was some issues with 3 waterways, I think they presented to the board. And it was stated that the last time Aliqual was looked into, because it runs right close to the closed-down landfill, the Coyote landfill, that there was high concentrations of metal. And I said, okay, that was 10 years ago, and they said, yes. I said, well, have we checked it out lately? I mean, to see if it increased or decreased. And I got the deer in the headlight look. And one of the folks on the board stated that some of the reason why maybe some of these tests aren't done is because they're very expensive. Well, that really kind of, to be politically correct, peed me off, because how do you put a price when you look up what metals might cause harm-wise? It almost directs itself to pregnant women and children. And I see people in that Aliqual all the time jumping off those docks in there. And then I also notice there's Crawford Creek as you're heading west before you get to Aliqual, and that actually runs beside those landfills over there. So I spoke, I believe, last week at the delegation and asked for any kind of help for more testing. If that's funding, whatever the case may be, I'm almost pleading at the board, what can we do from our standpoint to maybe look at the last test? I've requested these tests, any tests, in those waterways for the last 10 years. I haven't received anything back yet. And I actually requested them at that meeting, at the Estuary Committee meeting, and I haven't received anything back yet. So I'm actually just asking the board the direction that maybe we need to take, I need to take, staff needs to take. What can we do to possibly get these older tests and get some newer ones to update us on if the waterways are great, then I'll applaud. But if they're not, then we need to do something about it. I think we need to clean up the waterways before we start adding additional homes, residents, and industry, whatever. I think we need to clean the stuff up before we add more around it. So,
So what can we do to get the?
So I spoke briefly with Melinda Gates on this yesterday. She's working on the information that Commissioner Curry's asking for. Mr. Carraway, do you have any additional information on this?
I don't have anything additional right now. What I would suggest is allow us to work with DEP and the Choctawhatchee Basin Alliance along with Melinda's team, and let's obtain those old water quality sample results, look at them, and then let's try to get a scope of work of what we want to accomplish and what we would like to see out of this results, and bring back a proposal for the board, and we would have any necessary fees associated with that testing at that time, if y'all would give us that opportunity to put that together for you.
can that consist of wells? Because I know a lot of people have wells around there, and I hate to see what they're drinking, to be honest with you.
I mean, well, if we were testing people's private drinking wells, it would probably be, we'd have.
We can't get into testing private wells,
Yeah.
there's a separate process there.
Yeah, we would definitely have to have their consent, and,
Would there be a volunteer process if they came to the county or
I mean,
whoever?
we could put a proposal together if we want to do test and drinking water policy. I mean, when you go into water testing, there's a lot of different parameters, of course, that you test for. It's not just one sample. So you're looking at lead nitrate, metals. Those tests can get pretty expensive. So, but we can put a proposal together to do surface water sampling, which would be for the creeks. A proposal to do drinking water sampling as well on a volunteer basis. And then we would bring those numbers back to the county. If that's something you want to proceed with, we can move forward.
Well, we could start with the first process and maybe hit their wells second or third if that's possible. But I just don't think the citizens should be penalized if their water is infected by something out of their control.
Yeah, I don't, one thing we could do is reach out and see how many wells are in the vicinity of those areas, because a lot of that area has turned into public drinking water. A lot of it's provided by Freeport now. I'm sure there are still people that are on private wells. We could probably work with the Water Management District to try to get a map of some of the known wells in that area. And maybe set up a buffer area to give us an idea of how many wells are in that buffer, and that would give us something to work on. But it will take a little bit of time to put that information together, but we can work on it.
All right, thank you, Scott.
Yes, sir.
Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm good.
You've got direction?
Yep, I'll make sure that we
Okay.
get the information back to you in a timely
Thank you.
manner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, Scott.
That's it for me, Chair.
We don't have any motion or anything, Margaret, on that. We'll have to wait and get you at the public comments, okay?
Can we take 5?
We're going to take a 10 are back, and we are with Commissioner Glidewell.
Yes, ma'am. It seems we spent a lot of time dealing with a confirmation process. I would just say, I think all of us agree we need one. The devil is in the details. So what I'm making a motion to do is to instruct the county attorney to bring us back a confirmation resolution that requires confirmation of the HR director, the public works director, the TDC director, planning director, and the deputy county administrator. In addition, although we don't have these positions, have no plans to get these positions, but, you know, in the future, we may want a deputy county attorney and a deputy CFO. So we could include those as well. We may not ever need it, but we may need it in the next year or two. So that would be the motion to proceed with that.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Comments from the board. I'd like to ask a question just for clarification. When you say TDC director, are you simply talking TDC director, not executive director?
I'm talking, man, you've already got on me, and I didn't even, because I've been chastised for not saying the TDC executive director.
Not by me, I just
No, it
didn't
wasn't
know.
by you, but members of my entourage have got on to me about not saying it properly. So it is the executive
Okay,
director. And
okay,
I got
okay.
that coming in the next one.
Okay, wonderful. So we have a motion and a second on the floor to authorize for the county to have a resolution that requires confirmation of the HR director, the public works director, the executive TDC director, planning director, and the deputy county administrator. We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Yes, Mr. Commissioner Drake.
Yes, ma'am. So, the proposal on the table is what it is, and I just happen to say that, I mean, I have a difference of opinion. I don't believe that we should go through a confirmation process. I believe it diminishes the power and the authority vested within the county administrator. And at one time, I think, Commissioner Glidewell, you had agreed with that, but now it looks like that the winds have changed, and the desire, at least of the majority of the board, wants to go to that direction. So as far as where we are now in crafting the policy, then while I disagree with going this route, it looks like the path has been chosen. So now, if we're going to do that, then let's do it right. You know, we all claim to be conservative, philosophically grounded Republicans. So if we do this, let's not pick winners and losers. Let's not select out certain positions. In fact, I think when we went through this discussion last time, the chair had other positions that you were interested in, right, and being considered. Why don't we just say, okay, and while I disagree with going this route, I don't agree with the policy, but now that we are, why don't we just go full-blown and say all of the director positions has to go through confirmation?
May I?
Go ahead.
I've been an advocate of a confirmation process ever since the meshing of my videos with 12574. I am ecstatic that this is back on the agenda, and if this is what I can get, then I'm happy with it, and let's move on. I don't want to water it down by confirming every employee, but I think some of your main ones are on here, and if the word compromise is going to be used, I fully compromise, and if this is agreeable by at least 3 of us up here, I'm in. I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Glidewell.
Well, Commissioner Curry, you're conceding, you're not compromising, you're conceding your original position. You wanted all of the positions at one time
No, not all of them.
to be confirmed,
I
correct?
think I named
That
them.
we would go through a confirmation process? But why not do them all? Why don't we put all of them through the confirmation process, and then there's no picking winners and losers, there's no,
Because I'll tell you right now, if I wanted to get them all, there'd be one vote up here because it already happened before and I'd be the only vote. This right here may get us at least in that right direction. That's what I'm looking at.
I think you're in a better position. I think you're going from one vote, now you have two, and there may be potentially three. You don't want that?
No, I wouldn't. If I said, let's confirm all the employees, none of you, Commissioner Gladwell's not gonna second that. Anderson's not gonna second that.
It's
You're
not all the employees, it's all the directors.
It's all the directors.
Directors.
Yeah, well, even all the directors, this is fine. To me, this is a compromise, and.
But
But you've got a
compromise
third
from
I'll
what?
do cartwheels after the meeting.
But what I'm saying is, it's a compromise
To
from
me,
what?
your definition of a compromise might be different than mine.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you can get more, it's not a compromise, it's a concession.
I don't think I can get more.
Well,
He's just.
Could
offered
I-
up.
I'm saying that,
It's Commissioner Gladwell's motion.
Clay, we're allowed to say publicly where we're at on this since we're in the sunshine. I mean, I
Yes,
would be
sir.
supportive of doing all of them. So there's
I would be
two,
supportive of doing all.
and there's
of them.
three. So now you don't have to compromise, let's just go full steam
Was
ahead.
there something that you guys have drank in the last 6 months that's changed your mind? This is.
I just told you,
This is unreal.
I told you that I didn't like the policy, but since now.
I thought maybe it was the way I presented it.
It looks
Maybe
like
I need to
there's-
work on my presentation.
What do you mean?
Because I presented pretty much all of them last time, and I got not a heck no, but a hell no.
Right, because I don't agree with that. But now that we're going to go down that road, you don't have to concede anything. You get everything because now you have 3 votes to go through what you originally wanted, and there's no compromise. You get a greater win.
Well, let me just say, I think, that
But you
some
have 3
position-
now. I mean, Commissioner Johns has said she's with you, I'm with you. You gotta, you can do more than cartwheels.
Well, I'm not voting for all of them because of this. I mean, we're constantly hearing from the public, and the employees for that matter, that our meetings are too long. You start confirming everybody, and we're gonna be here all night. So,
It's one meeting.
I think this is a fair, compromise. I'm not exactly in favor of all of it, and,
I'd like to offer a substitute motion to add all directors.
Well, I tell you what,
Well,
if you're good, but if you're good with your word,
we
I'll
have to get a
rescind my second, and I'll second what you're getting ready to say.
Well,
Okay.
no,
Is that
don't
the
rescind your
appropriate-
section, you need to second his substitute motion.
All right, well, say what your motion is now.
He just did.
Yeah.
All of them?
Okay.
You want all the
All
directors?
directors.
And you seconded. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments from the board?
Commissioner Drake, does that include, because there's been far too many hours spent among both Labor Law Council, myself, and other persons and other attorneys in the state for other counties defining whether the deputy county administrator is a director? Are you including that or not, for clarification?
Your pleasure, Mr. Curry.
It hits your motion, I'm floating over here, I don't even know what to
Say
say.
yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
All
Okay.
right, so it's included, thank you.
Okay.
I didn't want to have to deal with this again if we don't have to.
We have a motion and a second in order for the board to confirm the directors. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this? Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Drake.
I don't know, in the spin cycle, I agree, Commissioner Curry. It's great, and I like what Commissioner Drake, I'm sorry, it's hard to get these things out sometimes. So I'm for it, I think it's the right direction, it keeps everybody happy. It keeps, you guys are ultimately responsible for everything that happens in this county. You should have a say-so in that responsibility, because you cannot go, and Attorney Atkinson can back that up, you cannot go and say, I didn't know, or I didn't hire him. That doesn't work that way. So I'm for it, and thank you, Commissioner Gladwell, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So that, Mr.
Okay.
Atkinson, that's everybody that has director in their title.
That's the implication in the
Ms.
deputy county
Morano?
administrator.
Ms. Morano?
Well, if we're gonna go whole hog, let's go whole hog. that I would include the county the county engineer and the building official, neither one of whom have director in the title, but are both statutorily required.
I think we have to dispose of the motion, correct, Mr. Atkins?
Well, I would go ahead and tell you that the building department, I believe he is the director of buildings, is technically the title, but I may be wrong about that. Melissa, do you remember? He's building official. All right, well, you've got a substitute motion. If he wishes to include that, he can. If he doesn't wish to include that, he does not have to.
I do not.
Okay?
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Barbara Morano, Brian Kellenberger wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, I appreciate y'all's interest in this again. I just want you to consider something as you're deciding on this item. In my efforts to hire the 3 positions that I recently filled, something dawned on me as I was doing this, that people in these positions, this level of management or supervision, oftentimes may not tell their current employer that they're looking for another job. And so for us to confirm, that means we have to do it in open meeting, and therefore we will have to disclose that these people have applied with us and are actively seeking another job. And I want you to consider that that may stymie professionals to seek employment with us.
Mr. Kellenberger, I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying. That's why I have advocated from day one to not have a confirmation process whatsoever. But now that it looked like once we came into the board meeting, the last time this came up, it failed 2-2. But one who was on the prevailing side that voted against it now brought it up as an agenda item, so it was abundantly clear that now there was a desire collectively of the board to go in that direction. I said, okay, well, I don't agree with this, but now that we're going to reinvent the wheel, then we need to do it in the best way possible. So let's leave no stone unturned. Let's don't pick any winners, no losers, no favorites, no selects, no friends, no family, none of that stuff. Let's just say everybody's going to go through the same systematic process, and that's where we are.
But if you don't include the county engineer and the building official, you're picking winners and losers. You're doing exactly.
Are they directors?
Yes, they're directors in all but name. They are in charge of their departments. They are statutorily required.
Well, I'm not confident the county engineer is statutorily required, the same way the building official is. But I will say this board did create the office of the county engineer, where you have a county engineer as an official title overseeing that department. The Bob director is not in the title. That was approved circa 2023.
Do they have the same responsibilities, duties, direct reports, obligations?
That was the effect of the operations inspector report where the board shifted that title with the engineer.
Then I will include that.
For both of those? Okay.
And I'll amend my second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Ms. Morano.
Barbara Morano. I was worried about this when I first saw it on the agenda. And I was worried about it because if you clicked on and saw the rest of the summary, it said up to 15 minutes of citizen comment allowed. In other words, you're there, you're talking about a confirmation, you say yes, you say no, and then in that, it says 15 minutes of comment. I think that needs to be scratched. So in other words, 5 people can get ahead of me, 3 times 5 is 15. I don't get a chance to say anything. The next is criteria. If you're going to decide to confirm all of those people, they're really just names to you, unless you know them through the department. How do you know what criteria is there? Are you looking at their resumes?
It should be.
You should be.
It should be, all right? So that's included in the package. And then if you decide, no, you don't want that one for whatever reason, either they don't need it, well, then you have to either stop the confirmation and go back and look at the next hires. I think it's very involved, personally, in what's happening. I'll just give you an example. I read 23 resumes for the planning director. I was able to get that from public records. Then they had a minimum requirement, and they had a definite requirement, a definite, you need an AICP. Out of the 23 people, there were only 4. Now, you're not going to have time to do that. All you're going to see is who Brian picked or who Brian confirmed. You're not going to see the big picture, in my opinion, if all you get is just one name. So I'm just a little worried, but I definitely think you have to strike that 15 minutes of citizen comment out on your confirmation. I think that's imposing on the public. I think it's eliminating speech. And it looks like Mr. Atkinson wants to
I was
talk to
just
that.
going to comment, Ms. Morano, that right now, based on the county's adopted policy, that the public has no comment as to personnel matters. This is adding 15 minutes the public would have 0 of.
Okay, so what you're saying is that was a gift to leave the 15 minutes?
Well, I'm saying right now you have 0, so 15 is more than what the public would
So that's a
otherwise
gift.
have.
Okay, I'll accept.
I don't know if it's a gift, but it is adding something the public does not already have.
Well, I'll accept the gift. But I am concerned that you'll be confirming so many people at this point and just having a resume in front of you. So that's just my comment.
But they will be coming typically one at a time. It wouldn't be everyone being confirmed the same day. When we have the new hires, the new hire would have to be confirmed.
Right,
So-
and if you agree on an executive director, executive tourist director, that would be the first one to come before you. And that's what I'm saying is what is the criteria? And hopefully you have the job description
Well-
there and you'll have the resume.
If in fact we do vote to make an executive director, TDC director, that person, if we vote to have that person fall under the board, then we will, by our new ordinance, we will have the opportunity to receive every application within 5 days of HR receiving it. I made sure that was included in there. So
Okay.
we, as a board, anybody that works directly for us, we will receive within 5 days after HR receiving it, a copy of the application. And then once they've gone through and they've scoured and done the work they need to do, then they have 5 days to give us that complete package as well. So we will have that information for that individual.
I think that's really what I was asking, is it's just on a name and a resume that you'll see a little bit more
Right.
for it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
I keep hearing this, oh, it's gonna be a lot of work, it's gonna be a lot of work. How many directors have we hired in the last, I don't know, 6 months?
Brian, do you know?
How many directors have we hired in the last 6
I've
months?
hired 2 directors and 1 deputy county
So if we
administrator.
can't go through 2 directors in 6 months with their resumes and do a confirmation process, we're pretty sad up here. That's all I got to say.
Commissioner Glavin, please. I've got one thing to add about confirmation, though.
We keep talking about resume, confirmation does not involve that.
No, that's totally different.
Mr. Kellenberger hires people.
Right.
We do not hire people. Mr. Kellenberger sends that name to us and we either say yes or no. But there is no.
But we can still look at the resume.
Well, there's no cross comparison of one versus
One
another
versus another.
applicant.
No,
Because-
we're gonna know somebody.
We're not gonna talk about my resume as compared to anybody else's. We're gonna talk about me. If I'm
But
the- if I'm
that
the
is
person.
correct, and that's what I want to make clear.
So I wanna make sure we're not promising people something that we
No,
can't
what
deliver.
But what we had before was the person was already hired, and then 2 weeks later, we want to confirm them. That's the
Well,
tail
that
wagging the
could hap-
dog.
That could happen right now.
Well, as long as, if the guy's up there and he hasn't been hired yet, and there's a resume in front of me, so I'm reading, okay, well, he's got this qualification, he's got this, he's got this, he's got this, then I have some kind of information to make a decision on. If I have 0 but a blank piece of paper, I'm not confirming a damn soul.
All we're doing here is saying that we, yes or no, on it, but he could hire them, technically, he could hire somebody tomorrow for whatever, and then.
To be clear, he's
2
going to be able
weeks
to
ago.
hire until the next board meeting. He's going to hire without confirmation until you adopt a resolution, which can't be today. It's got to be at your next board meeting.
There you go.
And that would be kind of irresponsible on us, because you're hiring somebody, and then we could say no, and now you got to fire somebody 2 weeks later.
But that's the point.
Well, so
So
let me-
you don't hire him until he's confirmed.
Well, allow me to be
That
clear.
can't be done.
In talking to other counties about how this works, it would simply be an additional contingency on an extended job offer, the same way offers are contingent on a drug screen, a background check, or other things. The language that would be added would be if the county administrator is extending a job offer, it is contingent on board confirmation, or subject to is the statutory phrase, but it is a contingency that would be required. So the bottom line is they would not be fired, they would simply never move into the position. The same way when you extend someone a job offer, they go do their drug test, the drug test comes back a day later and they failed it, you don't move forward to placing them in the position. They're not, the hiring is never complete. So that's the process we would be in here, but. if
Well, you
this
you
motion
say
passes-
fire, or you say they don't get the position, I say fire. I mean, it's, if you've offered them a job and they're on the payroll, and then you
They
take
won't
that
be
away
on the-
from them, then, okay, then they're
They will not be on the
discontinued.
payroll, no, sir.
Discontinued.
In this case, they will not be on the payroll. It is a contingent hire. They will not be collecting a check from Alton County until this board confirms.
Perfect.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anyone else in the audience? Yes, Mr. Bagby.
Jim Bagby. I'll say the same thing I said a month or so ago, the two-down rule, which works for a lot of corporations. You confirm his direct reports, which would be 6 or 8, whatever it is, and that's it. You don't confirm, and it would help, I don't know if y'all can pull up the agenda, last 2 weeks ago's agenda or whatever, where it had the 5 options. You know, it would help if y'all were discussing in terms of those options, because I think what we're gonna have is, this will be back up on the next agenda, because, well, is that a director, is that a director? If you went off, your substitute motion is a little unclear, as opposed to last time it was very clear. Is these 30
There's
people-
nothing unclear about anyone with director in their title plus the 2 that was named. Now, what's unclear about that?
And the deputy county administrator.
What's unclear about that?
And the
We've already
deputy county
included it all.
administrator.
Yeah.
That, they don't have, so, that's what I'm saying, it was very clear last time, it was 30 positions, and these are the positions, and that's what you were gonna confirm or not confirm. But I agree with Mr. Gladwell, it's not an employment board, it's a board that says, we want the people that are right under you, we want to confirm them, and they don't get hired until they are confirmed. To do all those positions, you know, you're right, it's only 2, or actually it's 3, actually it's 4, counting Brian, in the last 6 months, okay? So 1 a month, but you're gonna have that all the time, and I get you wanna confirm, you wanna meet them. I understand Brian's point, where it's like, you know, they don't want their name out, but if you've offered them a job, okay, then they can have their name out. If they're being considered, and that's the whole thing, I think Commissioner Drake can address the university president's rules that changed and then kind of changed again. You know, we don't want everybody to know up until we get to the selection process.
Well, I've already addressed it. I've been crystal clear in that I don't agree in the confirmation process whatsoever for the same reasons that our county administrator pointed out. However, there is a desire, you can do math, you've already counted,
Yeah,
there is
I've
a
counted,
desire to go down that route. So
Yeah.
now I have to pivot and go, all right, well, I didn't get my way on that, so now how do we do this and do it correctly? Do we just pick this one, pick that one? I'm like, nope, we're gonna go all in or go all out. And so that's where we are.
Well, now we're talking about at least one negative, because I agree with Mr. Bagby. Going past these right here is just an exercise in futility, and I'm not voting for that,
Okay.
as I did in the last time.
Thanks.
Madam Chair.
I did offer a compromise. Y'all didn't take it, that's all.
I took it at first.
We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Okay. Anyone else in the audience want to speak to this? Seeing none. Mr. Kellenberger.
One last thing I'd like to consider. Directors work very closely with county commissioners. In fact, most of them come around and meet with you before every meeting. Consider how a person would feel if they got a 3-2 vote for confirmation. They're coming to work with us, but they know the two of you don't want to work with them, or they're not comfortable, you're not comfortable with them. So while I respect your positions on confirmation, I actually had to ask the county attorney, how did this confirmation process come about in the Florida statute? Because I'll be honest with you, for the life of me, I can't figure out what the benefit of it is, other than you would like to make the decisions yourselves. And I respect that. If that's what you want to do, then let's continue on and make a vote. But I just want you to consider those two things that I've put out there in the context of how do we get the very best people to work in these very key, important positions that we need them to work in.
I gotta say one
Go
other
ahead.
thing. No, I promise I'll be done. Back when the other county administrator was here, I had asked, and I appreciate Brian's input. I mean, that's the input we need from a county administrator. I asked that question to the other county administrator, and you would have thought I went AWOL or slapped somebody in the face saying, how dare you ask a county administrator that question, because that's political. But as you see, we've asked Brian on 2 occasions the same exact question, and again, maybe it's my presentation, we have asked him the same exact question that we asked the other county administrator, and I appreciate the input that he got. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your input.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
I'm not worried about the time it takes, because I don't think it takes that time. I agree with Mr. Bagby and Mr. Roy. But what I worry about is, especially in Brian's position, I think we're taking away from his authority, and that bothers me. I trust our county employees. Some of that trust has been misused, I admit that. But I think Brian's a good man. He and I don't always agree, but we do always agree to disagree. And I think he's a good man. I think he's gonna do us a good job. And I trust him to hire people that's gonna help him do a good job. So I think this is overreaching on the board's part. And naturally, if the board passes this, I will go along with whatever they pass. But I think we're making it harder for directors to hire people. And making people harder to accept a job knowing they might not get a job. And if I'm an employer and one of my top people is applying for a job, then that's between him and the county. Now, when he comes and gives me his 2 weeks' notice or 2 months' notice or whatever, then it's my decision. I would think it's an honorable man, they would go to their bosses and say, hey, I'm thinking about applying for a job in the county. Not all people are honorable. But I think if we don't do this, if we do this, we're undermining our county administrator.
Clay, can you just confirm, I know back in the day when I was going through all this, how many counties go through the 125-74 process? So the people that are applying for these county director jobs pretty much know what the process is and what's involved. And correct me if I'm wrong, just about every county that I contacted in the Northwest Florida zone follows 125.74, either by charter or by non-charter counties.
So obviously, 12574 primarily addresses non-charter counties. The charter itself would spell this out. We found that the majority of non-charter counties in the state of Florida had some version of a confirmation process. My recollection was the vast majority. I don't recall the number off my head. We've dealt with this quite a few times. I will say the biggest thing we looked at every time we've gone through this, Commissioner, was who is defined as a department head. Right. Some places do just what you're doing today, saying every director constitutes a department head. Some places say director means something different, but that is basically a board preference.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
To answer Commissioner Drake's question, I thought, I presented this in the spirit of trying to bring the board together and give everybody a little bit. But I am absolutely against confirming every one of them. I'm not gonna vote for it. And, I would vote for the compromise, but I'm not voting, I'm with Commissioner Anderson, I think. I'm not voting for 18 or 19. I mean, we're hamstringing Mr. Kellenberger in every position. It's just gonna gum up the works. It's not gonna be effective, and I'm not in favor of all of them, and I'm not gonna vote for it.
So just to refresh our memory, Commissioner Drake is the one that made the motion, and Commissioner Curry seconded the motion.
That is a substitute motion.
That's a substitute motion. And the substitute motion is to confirm all the director heads.
Now, what about the ones that are already hired that have not been through the confirmation process?
By your ordinance, they're hired, there's no way to put them through a confirmation process at this point. Regardless of start time. If they have been hired, they're hired.
Okay, so.
Do you still want to go through this, Commissioner Gladwell?
Well, it's your motion right now.
I know, but so you got two options. You can either go back to scrap all of it, or you can take the comprehensive motion.
I'm not taking a comprehensive motion.
Or he
You
could
wanna
do a
go back to where we
substitute
were?
motion and go back to what he
Well,
started with.
I would be willing to go back to that, but I'm not willing to go.
Are you
and-
making a substitute motion for that?
Well, he
I
can't,
can't.
make a substitute to the substitute because he
Okay.
has the primary held.
We gotta vote on the substitute. I'm not.
There are only two other commissioners who can make a substitute motion, and it will be Curry and Anderson, but considering Curry has seconded both motions, I believe, I don't know that he's even able to properly do it, so unless
Commissioner
Commissioner
Anderson
Anderson
is
is
the only
offering
one.
something, we're due to vote.
I'd rather go back to C than having it all. I still think C limits.
Wait a minute, are you
No,
talking?
you're talking about
we're-
33.
We're talking about number 33. Are you
Yeah.
talking about, you would rather go back, is that a substitute motion on your part?
No,
No,
I'll
not a
just
substitute
wait.
Well, it
motion.
can't be a substitute, you just would vote the substitute down and then go back to the primary, because we're debating both motions at the same time.
So what is your desire?
No, I'm not gonna offer a substitute motion.
Okay, so we need to vote on
Okay.
the substitute motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Passes
Substitute-
3-2.
Substitute motion as primary position on the floor. Madam Chair, to expedite this, we can call for another vote, or we can just ask each commissioner who voted in favor of the substitute motion, is it your intention to vote in favor of the substitute motion? You made the motion, you obviously intend to vote for it, Commissioner Drake. That's kind of how it works.
Say that again?
You made the motion, you don't get to vote against your own motion, so.
No, I said, I voted
So
aye.
So your aye to adopt that process, your aye to
I'm a
adopt the
aye.
process, and Madam
What was
Chair,
aye?
signify your.
Yes.
So just signify, Madam Clerk, that the substitute motion has moved to the primary and passed by
3-2.
representation of the board, 3-2. And the two of you are still voting no on the substitute
I
motion.
vote no.
Absolutely.
So just expedite the process, instead of voting the whole second time. That item's now done.
Okay.
I do appreciate Commissioner Gladwell bringing this back up. Thank you very much. Seriously.
Well, I hesitate to do the next one. Lord knows we might vote to blow up the world, but, also trying to bring, some manner of consensus to the board. The TDC asked us to appoint an executive director. So my proposal is to enact what was done, Proposal C, which hires an executive tourism director, places the director of tourism and the beach ops director under that position, and has that position answer to the county administrator. And I make that a motion.
And that would be subject to a confirmation process.
And that's all subject to the confirmation process.
I'll second that motion for discussion, and I just wanted to say that this is another one of them compromises, unless Commissioner Drake's gonna pull another one out of his hat down there, but I appreciate Commissioner Gladwell doing this. I would prefer that the TDC director answer to the board, but if this is the only direction or step we can take, then, you know, I'm seconding it.
Well, it's not the only other option we could take. We could take.
Well, it failed the last time. The last one, I said I wanted it to, and it was 2-2, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
Well, no, 2-2 was the adoption of option E in the last meeting.
Well, I know we shot it down when I said I was the only one that voted for the TDC director to answer to the board.
Excuse me, Dan, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, go ahead.
No, no, okay,
No, I was
you
done.
Go ahead.
I just want to know what happened 2 weeks ago when I wasn't here, and sorry I couldn't be here, but I had health issues. It was too expensive.
It still is too expensive.
It's $400,000 plus an aid. No, you know, that's another couple of $100,000. And my fellow commissioner was very passionate about that. And I just want to know what changed.
I still believe that is, I don't believe it's a wise use of money, still don't. But it was a 2-2. And actually, when I put this on the agenda, I wasn't sure if you would be here or not. You have health, you had a health issue, and that's fair. And we all have health issues at one time or another. But rather than the board continuing to be split, I said, I'll compromise and put it and hire them, but I think it is a terrible idea to put another position under the board. Everything we do has to be done in public. Everything. Those three, if they do good, we have to praise them in public, and if they do bad, we have to deal with them in public. And that's enough. Those three positions are enough. To put another one there, it's just asking for problems, asking for trouble.
It's your agenda item.
I'm saying.
Of which you voted against the first time it came up.
Well, no.
It must be an
I'm not
election
putting
year,
them,
right?
I'm not putting them under the board. I'm putting it under Mr. Kellenberg.
So let me break this down, and full transparency, as a member of the TDC and as the chair of that board, I support the idea of having a centralized office whose focus in day-to-day guidance and direction is to be an administrator for stewardship of the bed tax dollars that are collected by the hoteliers and that are used to fund the TDC operations. But what we got here, and Mr. Commissioner Gladwell so eloquently spoke last time on this item, in his disbelief that bureaucracy was the answer to solving this problem. So if you look at this, you're going to have, all right, so you take a county like Bay County. You have a centralized director, okay, which is what I think people have been saying that they wanted. They want a centralized director. But we're not eliminating any of the other two steps in the bureaucracy. We're just adding to it. Okay, so that's not conservative government. That's not fiscal responsibility, and it's not Republican policy. All right, so let's get past that. Now we've got a centralized director with another director under. Commissioner Anderson was doing the math earlier. Once you go down this, if you look at a centralized director or a TDC executive director, and let's just say all total, let's say the salary was $200,000 plus benefits, you're getting around probably what, is that half, Melissa, contribution? So you're talking about 300 grand. And then you have the two positions that it currently exists. You're getting up there into a serious amount of money, of which this same role and responsibility in Bay County is done by one guy. One guy, one rooftop, one mission, one focus, with a larger tax base, or with a larger population. Same in Okaloosa County. one centralized office, all the responsibility goes up under there. But we want to do 3 positions to do what can be done with 1 position. So if we want to go down this road and we say, hey, we want to have a TDC director, or an executive director that's different than what we have now, then let's just have 1 person put it all up under 1 roof and have them report to the board.
The beach operations, with how we do it, is far different than Bay County.
I know, but I'm saying they can do it under 1 umbrella. We have to have 2. That was done by, previous boards said, we're gonna create a dichotomy. For whatever reason, you said, all right, we don't wanna have 1 guy doing this job, we wanna have 2 guys doing this job. And now we have 3 guys doing that job, and now we're about to add a 4th guy to do this job. This is not fiscal responsibility, this is not Republican government. This is building government to satisfy whims. All right, so why can't we put it all under 1 roof? Before you guys separated it, it was all housed up under 1 roof, and I don't understand what was problematic. And as someone, Commissioner Gladwell, is being a part of separating that process, maybe you could share what was problematic about having the executive director position the way that it was.
No, we've always had those 2 split. I mean, Brian, how long were you there, 15 years?
Yeah, so the previous to the split, as we call it, was an executive director with 4 directors underneath it. Beach operations, marketing, communications, group sales, and then admin. We split it because there was a recognition that the beach operations did a function that was somewhat different than our counterparts and our neighbors on each side. In other words, we do a lot more with the TDT than they do in the form of destination maintenance, and particularly in the form of destination development and
Right,
construction.
no, I understand all that, and I get
Okay.
it. So I guess what I would say is that, I guess I would agree with Commissioner Johns, or was it Commissioner Curry that said, let's put it as a direct report up under the board? So that would be, I would offer a substitute motion to put this position as a direct report right up under the board.
By this position, we mean the executive director of the TDC?
Yes.
Directly under the board.
I'm sorry, but I gotta second that. Holy cow.
Did?
Okay, I kind of dropped my,
Did you second that?
Yeah,
Okay.
before it changes.
We have a
Let's
motion
go.
and
Let's
a
go.
second.
Wait a minute.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Anderson?
What he was talking about, I'd like for him to speak to this. This is 2
They
different
can't hear
things.
you.
I
They
know,
can't
but
hear
he
you.
can speak to what we're
But,
doing now.
but I did have my hand up before we started getting all this, because I did want to say something. I mean, to me, the TDC spoke. And that's what they wanted, and Commissioner Drake was on that board, and we're here now doing what that board asked us to do. I keep hearing levels of bureaucracy and levels of so we either gonna listen to these boards and take their advisement and do the following, or let's get rid of the bureaucracy. There's a bunch of boards we can just get rid of. Look at all those levels of bureaucracy we can get rid of. But then all of a sudden, now we're focused on the commissioners doing everything. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You either have boards that advise you and you take that under advisement and you make decisions accordingly, or you get rid of the boards and you make the decisions up here. So which is it? I prefer having the boards.
Well, you don't
If that makes me irresponsibly physically, then I'm irresponsible, but I appreciate the boards and I want to listen to the boards.
I know, but you don't delineate your constitutionally sworn obligation just because you have a volunteer board.
Yeah, I know,
That's
but
a-
you voted for it, though.
Yes.
You voted, not for an office, you voted for an executive director. I didn't hear anything about an office. You keep, I don't know if that's to throw me off or whatever, but I'm not been in this political world forever, but you voted for a executive director, not an office. Now you have put it on here, and I'm ready to hold a parade for you and everything. So I'm with you. I'm with you.
I have a question. Are you looking at proposal D, which would be the TDC executive director under the board, and then the director of tourism under him, and then the director of beach ops under the assistant county administrator? Or are you looking at the following one, which is Proposal E, which has all the TDC lined up together, one under the other?
We don't need 4 people. I think we need 2 people. So if we're gonna go down this road, we need to have an executive director that reports directly to the board and 1 under them, but not 4.
Do you think it would be Director of Beach Ops then, rather, and just delete the Director of Tourism?
Yes.
I'll amend it.
Okay,
So it is Proposal E with the Director of Tourism position being eliminated is what the substitute motion is.
Talking about getting rid of somebody's job.
This is your agenda item, sir.
No, this is not. No, this is not.
This
This
is
is
your-
way beyond what I said. And I'm not voting for this either. I mean, y'all are,
Let me,
we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Commissioner Anderson.
Madam, with your permission, can I ask Brian some questions? Brian, you've worked in this. I've worked in it a long time. This was done before any of us were on the board, breaking up of these positions.
Yes, can you?
This was done way before any of us were on the board, as far as having directors and county, for the TDC, like tourism, marketing, communication. That was already in place when I came on the board. So none of us have voted on this. Second is, I want your opinion on all these positions.
Okay.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Matt, you can come on up, because I want to talk to you too.
Right. Okay, appreciate the opportunity. So when I got hired in 2014, you had a version of what's been talked about today. You had an executive director that reported directly to the Board of County Commissioners. Underneath that executive director, there were 4 directors for what we call the TDC, which is really the Tourism Department. 3 of those directors worked within what we call the traditional role of the Tourism Department: marketing, communications, group sales, and administration. The 4th one was the Beach Operations Department, and while it had operated under that umbrella for quite some time, it had grown into a department that was using a lot of the tourist development tax. Its function was what I would call different than a traditional tourist development organization. We're a destination maintenance company or department. After the departure of Jay Tusa, it was split up. Executive director was done away with, and a director of tourism and director of beach operations was retained, and the other directors were changed to deputy directors. Okay? The organizational chart, however you like to do it, the people that work in it will have to make it work. But after the change, the beach operations department was what I would call unbridled. Okay? We were able to focus on what is the role of destination maintenance and development, and Matt, as tourism director, was focused on what they've been hired to do, and that is market the destination. So I think you ought to think about that as you move forward. What does that mean? Because we've done beach operations, I keep saying we, I'm still beach operations director till December 8th. We've done a lot of work. I think we've, been great stewards of that money. I think I understand why there was a request for an executive director, and I think it has to do with what I would consider insulation between the Board of County Commissioners and the Tourist Development Council. When I say insulation, in other words, a person that will take what the Tourist Development Council would like to further as an initiative or agenda or a strategic plan and help the Board of County Commissioners understand what that council would like to do. I'm not arguing that that person's needed, but maybe if both boards worked closer together, maybe that person's not needed. But at any rate, I would ask you to think heavily of what you do with your beach operations department. You have a new director coming in that worked with me for 8 years. He's very well versed in how that business runs. He's well versed in county politics. And he should be allowed to continue on with that department's efforts. I think it best serves y'all. I mean, over the last 6 years, we've delivered 30-something million in new construction. We've done it very well. Very little controversy unless you're the person who lives right next door to the new beach access. But that's all I would say. But to answer your question, yes. Before it was set up like that, it was changed. I think it's worked okay. In some aspects of it, there may be some different ways to do it.
You don't like E, Commissioner Drake?
Madam Chair,
We
point of
just
order.
want it- Yes.
Mr. Anakis, if I withdraw my original motion, what does that do?
It makes the substitute motion become the primary motion on the floor unless the substitute mover wishes to drop their motion as well.
I withdraw my motion.
All right, so your substitute motion is now the primary motion unless you withdraw it.
I will withdraw the primary motion. I do not wish to be the primary motion.
All right, so now we have no motion on the floor.
So with no motion, I'll move on to my next one. See if I can mess up something else.
You don't want to do anything with this?
Nope.
Can I not make a motion?
You can make a motion.
On the same agenda item, yes.
Yeah, can I go back to his original motion,
Yes, you can.
Commissioner Gladwell's?
You can.
So that was proposal C, is that correct? Is that-
Mhm.
So proposal C has the executive tourism director, the director of tourism, and the director of beach ops. And they are all under the county administrator, well, the county administrator has the executive director under him in
Oh.
that one.
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
It does no good. If this motion's a primary, Commissioner Drake's gonna make a substitute, and we're back to where we started from.
I'm sticking with
So
this one.
So I'm not, that's why I
So
had
you're not
mine.
gonna go back to your original motion?
Because
Tony?
it's a waste of time. I'm sure Commissioner Drake will make a substitute motion, and we'll be spinning our wheels. Y'all the ones, ain't wasn't me. I tried to fix this.
Commissioner Gladwell, are you sure you don't want to make a second on this?
I am absolutely, I stuck my, to try to make a but I agree with Commissioner Drake. This is unnecessary. I tried to help bring them and opened up Pandora's box, and there ain't no point in it.
Commissioner Anderson? Nothing? Commissioner Drake, any other comment?
So it dies for lack of a second.
Dies for lack of second. Okay. The motion dies for a lack of second.
My next item, we still have issues with the planning department, as far as, processes with the land development code and the comprehensive plan. So, Ms. Latilda Neal is the planning director in Freeport, and she has 35 years' experience in Walton County planning. So what I propose is that we hire Ms. Neal as a consultant to report, or to work with, not report, but work with the county attorney to bring back suggestions on how to make the comp plan and the LDC more efficient, and I'll make that a motion.
I'll second for discussion, and can you give me a minute?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to give, again, thank you for bringing this up, Commissioner Gladwell. I'm going to give an example that would actually vote in the favor of getting somebody in there to help. I'm going to go back in time to April 9th of 2024, which is a regular scheduled agenda, or BCC meeting. In that meeting, a policy was brought before the board, and it was about a driveway permit connection. All right? That policy contradicts the LDC. And when it was brought to the board, let me find my paper, I'm going to read something that was part of that. And I quote, "This draft policy has been thoroughly vetted with staff, building department, and our legal office. It got 5 votes to pass." Now you want to ask me, how many permits do you think since April of 2024 to current date have we processed and approved that could necessarily be contradictive to the land development code? 1,200. Out of that 1,200, I'm going to be conservative. I just got the drive today to go through them myself. I want to go through every last one of them. Let's be conservative and say the variance board probably needs to start packing their lunch, because that's probably going to be at least 600 variance requests coming their way. I have correspondence back and forth from the planning department that kind of weighs back and forth with who inspects, who doesn't inspect, who approves the planning process, who doesn't approve the planning process. So if anything at all will help, I am for it at this point. I think ever since I started coming to these meetings, I know I've heard Commissioner Glidewell say it. I know I've heard Commissioner John say it. I'm pretty sure Commissioner Anderson has said it, that the LDC code needs to be gone through and fixed and updated. And we have not done it. It's 2025. I started coming to these meetings, I think, in I don't know, 2013, 14. So
I thought we did. Clay, didn't we pass a motion to enter into, I think I asked to do it, or Commissioner Johns did.
We have the DPZ report that we just received that is supposed to be incorporated into our land development code.
That's the overall comprehensive report that they did, yes.
but I want the data. I mean, how many, this is minute, people. This is, do you think the citizens deserve to be, I mean, that's just irresponsible. How many, okay, when we have meetings out here, I see all the directors out here most of the time. On that specific day, planning had 3 consent agenda items on there. So I'm assuming that they had a representative from planning there. So when Public Works was at that stand, presenting their Public Works policy contradicting the LDC, why wasn't somebody's hand in planning raised and saying, hey, wait a minute, that's wrong, we got to look at that? But nothing was done. Nothing. How many more things in our land development code contradict each other? We just found out the other day with the scrivener's error. That's going to be a big one. And if Latilda's the one, I don't know Latilda's business sense, but I've heard good things. And if that's the avenue that will help us guide through some of these, the only thing that we're consistent at is being inconsistent. That's it. So that's why I seconded Commissioner Gladwell's motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Clay, can we legally do this? Can we say and name someone to?
Well, what you're doing,
if it's a contract, aren't we?
That's what.
Isn't there supposed to be like a process, a procurement process?
Melissa and I talked about this at the outset of the meeting. It would depend, when you're hiring someone as an independent contractor as opposed to hiring a company, it will depend on the terms of the employment agreement negotiated. But yes, we could hire an independent contractor based on the county's purchasing policy. I had the similar concern of whether we needed to look at an RFQ or an RFP for these services. But based on the county's procurement policy for services for an independent contractor, depending on the total purchasing amount, the value of the contract, there will be some things that would have to be considered as part of that negotiation that would have to come back for a board approval. But yes, you can hire an independent contractor directly, and the board has done so before.
What would that
Madam
contract look
Chair.
like?
Well, I guess it would depend on what the potential contractor wants it to read like, but it would ultimately be defining a scope of work for a prescribed dollar amount paid over certain regular intervals. Not sure what that would look like until we sat down and talked to them. We would want to be very specific on our end, in my opinion, as to the scope of engagement relative to the actual W-2 employees of the planning department and whom the ultimate report is to, meaning the report would come back to the BCC, and how that interaction would work in terms of authority under the planning director and the county administrator for that independent contractor. So those things we'll need to flesh out as part of a contract.
Madam Chair, Commissioner.
For the motion on the floor. Because it's to hire. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the motion needs to, or be direction for you to negotiate.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll amend the motion.
And I'll second.
And thank you for pointing that out.
And I was gonna come back to clarify that, but I appreciate you doing that now, because we don't know we can't hire somebody without a contract or without numbers.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so I'm curious, we asked, I'm curious what county administrator's thoughts on this are, because we directed him and gave him 90 days to put together a plan, and the last time that we discussed this, he gave us a report that everything was kind of moving along track. Are we moving at speed? Are we doing the right things? Are we on track?
Yes, sir, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. This is kind of morphed into two different things. So previously, I asked you for 90 days to have an opportunity to evaluate and assess what are the issues with the planning department that have created complaints to county commissioners. All right, that's more of a policies and procedures review. This appears to have turned into a review of the land development code. All right, there's no doubt our land development code is very long and has some conflicts within itself and conflicts with the comprehensive plan. The recent effort you did with DPZ and the 2040 Walton effort was your EAR, Evaluation Assessment Report, and its purpose is to identify items in the comp plan that could be worthy of review or change or revision, and then it's up to the planning department staff to come back to the county commissioners with recommendations for revisions to the comp plan and subsequently the land development code so that they'll be congruent. So, if this is an effort to hire another consultant to review our land development code, I say, I think it's okay. What I'm doing with the planning department, me and Stephen Schoen, is primarily policies and procedures of how we process the business of the planning department.
Is DPZ, are they doing this? Is this supplemental?
They've already done what's called the EAR, Evaluation and Assessment Report. It's required by Florida statute periodically, and the purpose of it is to set up the planning department to then come back to you with what we often refer to as text amendments. It's revisions to the comp plan. Comp plan is our big book. Land development code is our how we manage growth. Both of them do that, but with revisions to the comp plan, you would expect revisions to the land development code. There's no reason why you can't go further than what they have reviewed and recommended in the comp plan for possible areas to revise and do more revisions to your land development code. What I've experienced as a builder and developer, both in the private sector and as the county's developer, is that there are some issues with land development code that could be revised. I think over the decades, we've attempted to make revisions to land development code that may have been put forth or initiatives by what I would call special interest groups. We have a lot of different groups in Walton County that want different things. And I would encourage us as we do move forward that if we do make revisions, that we do them with a very methodical and careful way so that we don't create problems down the road for somebody else, and we get a land development code that works for everybody. So what does that mean, works for everybody? You know, we've all heard it, you can't please everybody all the time, but you can certainly do things the whole purpose of land development codes are growth management, right? We have a lot of different things to consider, environmental concerns, congestion concerns, and all that. So as we move forward, if we hire another consultant and they're strictly tasked with doing land development code, let's make sure that recommendations come back are good common sense and that they're appropriate.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Clay, where's 180 going?
That would be my first and primary concern with us doing any of this, is the changes we would need to bring back would need to be brought back in a series of phases. The first set of phases would be any changes that are not afoul of 180. The second set would be the implementation of the DPZ changes at the comp plan level that are not in violation of 180, and then the LDC changes that follow them. And then the last phase would be those that we can't do right now because of 180, but hopefully we get relief from 180 or otherwise. So you would do that in a series of changes. One example that if I could, I would offer, to give a very simple example that I don't think is a 180 violation, but that we're seeing quite a bit of. And I'll talk about it because you've already approved the order, we've already approved the project, and we addressed it. Everybody read the magistrate's order on East Nursery. And in that, the expert testimony focused on a director's determination from circa 2015. The expert engaged by the citizen group opposing the project hinged his compatibility analysis, and mind you, the expert was accepted as an expert before the magistrate, has testified in many, many cases around the state, and is a well-accredited person. Their analysis hinged primarily on that former director's determination, which is a written document in this county. You ask for a public records request, you're going to get it. The testimony of our planning department of that hearing, our current director, who is the county's expert by ordinance, was that no longer applies. There's apparently not a written document that says that. There was justification offered by planning for why it didn't apply. But so you have a written determination on the book. One thing I would say, and probably one of the large issues, I know Brian's experienced this in a couple of meetings just with me, I know each of you have, is if something's important enough for us to reduce in writing for that to be a construction of our code, shouldn't it apply to everybody and shouldn't it be in the code? And if it's not, if the answer no is, then why do we have it? So part of this process under 180 would be simply cleaning up these directors' determinations. That was one of the comments that I know as we talked to our consultant, DPZ said, look, we're up here. If you want us to get all the way down into this, I mean, that came up multiple times. We're not here for that. The ear doesn't do that. So those are the kind of things that if you wanted to really leverage and effectuate change quickly, making sure the board's policies that have been adopted here are carried out. Commissioner Curry, talk about driveway connection permits. I'm gonna focus on that for just 1 second. I know you as commissioners at times get tired of being confronted with what seems like a contradiction between your rules and having to look down here and having me provide an explanation. And oftentimes I provide an explanation, people say, Clay always has an explanation for these things. Well, that's because of the statutory construction principle called imperi materia, meaning we cannot read our laws to contradict one another. We are presumed, or you technically are presumed as a legislative body, to know your laws and to therefore know what you're doing when you adopt new laws and policies. So therefore, any subsequently adopted law or policy that doesn't directly repeal a prior law or policy has to be read in conjunction and to be consistent with the prior laws. I would read the driveway connection policy adopted and proposed by Public Works to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code provisions so that they do not butt heads. That is how I read it. But Commissioner Curry's right that Public Works read it one way, planning read it the other. And candidly, that's not a very satisfying position for a member of the public to have to wait to get right here at the board table and have me offer my reconciliation of those two issues. Why can't we reconcile it in the code? And honestly, you need a planner to do that. There's gonna be some legalese I have to assist with. But frankly, if you ask Ms. White, Mr. Richardson, and myself to sit down and start doing it, you're gonna get something the average citizen's not gonna love either, because it's gonna be something an attorney reads. And y'all want less of that. I've heard plenty of that from you, and I very well respect that position. So, can we do this? Yes. I would tell you it is incumbent on us, if we do this, that we need a Florida planner, somebody that is actually practicing local government planning in Florida as a consultant or otherwise to do it, who's already dealing with 180. Whether it's Ms. Neal or anyone else, that's your choice. But I would tell you, no, we can't go get somebody that's a large group out of state or otherwise to come help us. We need somebody who's already navigating this day in and day out. And, oh, by the way, is navigating 1080 and some of the other changes about the expedited development order process, plat approval processes, and things we're already trying to get updated in our code right now. We need to be doing all that right this moment before the end of this calendar year.
Sooner the better.
And I'll appreciate any help y'all bring on, as I'm sure planning will.
I also want planning and procedures. I mean, you know, procedures and policy looked at, that they're not contradicted. And Brian, I'm assuming you're doing that with your study.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When will that study be done?
We plan to give you all a report at the end of November.
Okay.
We're already making, taking the liberties that I have to make changes as we're going through this evaluation and assessment. And then we're identifying, we've already identified, to be honest with you, what I believe to be the root causes of a lot of these complaints that you're receiving. And we're going to be prepared to give you a plan that we can implement that'll have short-term, mid-term, and long-term strategies. Some problems we can correct fairly quickly. Some problems will take a little bit. Some of them do require changes to land development code. As we come across these, either they're presented as a problem, applicant says, well, that doesn't make sense. We're marking these. So I'm not against changes to the land development code, now that I understand what it is.
Well, and only thing I would ask, if whatever changes you deem necessary, get with Mr. Atkinson and make sure 180 is okay with
Yes, sir.
We will definitely do that.
Yep.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this? Yes, ma'am.
And I would note, we're only proposing at this point not to hire, but to enter into negotiations, so.
Good afternoon, my name is Nancy Parker. I'm a resident in Freeport, Florida here. I've also been involved with the Protect the Emerald Coast Alliance group. In regards to this proposal to hire Latilda Neal, I do not know and have not met Ms. Neal. I am aware, however, that she has been involved in the city and in the county in planning for many, many years, long-term resident, and was one of the individuals responsible for our first original comprehensive plan in Walton County and the putting together of that document. At one of our prior meetings, when this subject matter came up, there was a lot of discussion about doing an RFP and bringing in someone from the outside to assist in this regard. I find it incredulous that we can sit here having paid nearly $1 million to the DPZ plan, and I respect a lot of what Mr. Kellenberger just had to say to all of us about that and about the EIR assessment, etc. And we have a long history here, and that original planning, no responsible planner or developer in our day and age would ever place certain types of heavy industrial projects upon wetlands, our bay in proximity to. We are living under zoning and planning from decades ago that the citizens have suffered under. Many of our communities have continued to suffer under that what the DPZ called haphazard zoning. So therefore, I cannot believe this body is going to propose and represent that we hire an individual that was wholly and entirely responsible for a lot of the haphazard zoning and planning that we suffer under as the consultant who's going to give us this vision and bring about this needed, necessary, and even rapid change that we need because of our burgeoning population here in Walton County. And all of the infrastructure issues and problems that we have in one case after another, after another, after another. So I do not see how Ms. Neal could be the individual that would ever come up for consideration in this regard at this particular juncture in our time, given our history, given the problems this county faces in its growth and development. And I, for one, being a citizen of the city of Freeport, haven't seen anything but development after development for quote-unquote taxable roofs. And we're not looking at jobs, and we're not looking at real type of change that these decisions, they affect us for at least the next 50 years going out. They cannot be short-term expedient decisions that are rubber-stamped in favor of development and developers. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
In defense of Ms. Neal, how in the world could somebody in 1995 know what is going to happen 30 years later? I mean, that's an impossible standard to hold somebody to. And what I, as Mr. Atkinson said a while ago, we need somebody with experience in Florida planning and somebody who deals with this on a regular day-to-day basis. And the added bonus is that she knows and has been here for all these years and knows the mistakes and also knows the successes. And then what we have to figure out is how we can proceed to have more successes and less failures. But another problem with is in parts of the county, you've got a city planning and you've got a county planning. And so when they butt up to each other, the county might approve something based on its zoning that the city approves something diametrically different. We need to have more coordination between our cities and our counties. And so I think this is a move to foster more cooperation, at least in that part of the county.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to piggyback what Commissioner Gladwell just said. I don't know why we never put transition zones in when it comes to what the last speaker was talking about. And like Commissioner Gladwell says, we don't have any control over what the city does, and that the city doesn't have any control over what we do. But we do need that conversation to, sit down at the table. Hey, what are you doing? What are you planning? What are you doing? Because what we had was the city approved and approved and approved, and the county didn't say, oh, hey, wait a minute, we need to do something about this area because now we got houses knocking on the back door of heavy industrial. But as a county, we didn't do anything. So I hope this is a big step towards a better communication between a city that is just busting at the seams as well as a county that's busting at the seams. So I'm voting for this, as Mr. Clay stated, more so for that phase one type of ordeal, to go through the land development code, see how we're contradicting each other, which was making it confusing for the average builder or the average homeowner trying to build something. or create something on their own land, and making sure they're doing it right, not getting 2 different or 3 different avenues, and it ain't worth the paper that it's wrote on because it doesn't follow the land development code. So if she's gonna come in there and do that and look at some of those codes and straighten some of that out, I'll give her a ride every day to work.
Brian, I have a question for you. Who is the group that we have hired to go into planning now to work on, I believe they did the operating procedures?
MGT.
Not the fees.
Oh, not the fees.
The fees is one, MGT, and that's coming back when?
That's coming back, the final report's at the beginning of February, but they were also looking for efficiencies in operations too.
They're looking for, okay. So we've got, and how much are we paying them?
94, I think, somewhere around there.
94,000 for MGT?
MGT.
MGT that is already in there doing some of this, right?
They are currently underway, yes.
Okay, and then we also have another group in there as well, doing some AI things, correct?
Right, we do have a AI program that we are in the, beta testing, but it's more of a, I'm sorry. But it's more of a, let's look at it and see how we can use AI in the planning department. And we're not far along enough, we're not enough along to really talk about that. But I think with what we have in place, that we will do what we want to do, and that is make the planning department good for the people that work there. In other words, they have platforms or resources that they need to do the job we've asked them to do, and the people that we service, our clients, will have a good experience in how they do business with us. I think what we have in place, like I said, we've all talked about redoing the land development code. Let's take a look at it. I'm sure that all of this process will include opportunities for members of the public to review what we're doing or understand what we're doing, and we should expect that there are going to be different groups that may be in concert with us and may not be in concert with us. But there's no doubt that over 3 decades of land development code, we have built a code that is, somewhat hard for people to use. And the resources we've given the planning department, our platform we have is one of our biggest problems, Intergov. We didn't set it up as best we could, and there is more training to be done. But that platform was introduced to help us internally between departments that should be talking, and also for the public that we serve to have a portal that they could do some of the work autonomously, the submittal process. But we don't have it set up that way. I think that after Stephen and I's report with recommendations, we'll be in a much better position with what I call policies and processes. Land development code, we'll take a look at it, see what we can change, or what I'll say, make more streamlined. Not discounting that we have mechanisms in place to do the protections that we want. But we need to look at how we ask people to understand all that. It's one of the
There's a
things.
lot going on in there.
Yeah, one of the things I've understood is that, the people that come do business with us, we have a couple of different types. We have people that are building single-family dwellings. They may be in platted neighborhoods, and they may be in lots of unrecorded plat. They may be large parcels in the county. So those are different types of single-family dwelling people. At some point, they'll need to hire some form of certified professional to get them some documents together that we require, either by our codes or Florida building codes. But I've kind of adopted an attitude that they should hire those people sooner to help them maneuver through our land development code and Florida building code. We also have commercial people, and so there is people that that do the development themselves, we call them developers, and we have some people that hire professionals to help them do their development work. Those people are better versed in our land development code and our processes. I'm not saying they totally agree with them all. I shared with you yesterday what's called our floodplain, our building permit and floodplain review. It's 4 pages long. It's got a lot of information that you need to understand that may be applicable to your project. And because our county is so diverse, some things that are applicable in the south are not applicable in the north. But there's still a lot of stuff you have to be able to build in the north. Other things we do, lot splits, ag buildings, temporary power poles, all that kind of stuff does require that you have a little bit more than a normal knowledge of stuff. You really have to have good knowledge in development and construction. So I think that Stephen and I can help get the policies and processes better streamlined to help our clients and to help the people that work in that department. Land development code changes are welcomed. We just need to be careful how we do it. You already have a process with DPZ that we're through the bulk of it. Now it's time for the planning department to do their work and the work that's being done with the fees. And they're looking for efficiencies, I think mainly in how we collect fees there, right? So I think all that together is going to get us in a place that does ultimately what we wanted to do, and that is for your phones to quit ringing.
Right,
Madam Chair?
absolutely. Yes. I'll get you in just a minute, I promise.
With respect, I disagree with one statement you made. We have a lot of people, particularly in the north end of this county, who cannot afford to hire engineers, lawyers, and experts to navigate a process that we impose on them. And we need to have a system where a first-time home buyer, a 25-year-old person maybe, or a young couple who has got a child, we need to have a process where they can navigate through our imposed process in order to build a house that they need to have someplace over their roof. And they don't have the money to hire $15,000 worth of engineers and lawyers and all this stuff. We need to have a process where they can get through, and we should be helping them to get through that process. We have people in the north end of this county who make less than $40,000 a year. And when you tell them they gotta spend $15,000 to hire an attorney and a law engineer to build a house or to put a trailer in, that's not in the best interest of our people. And I'm not in favor of that. We should be figuring out a way to help them without hiring people who, quote, professionals, who are navigating through a process that we have intentionally made cumbersome. We should be trying to figure out ways to make the process less burdensome to our people, especially the people in the north.
And so that's what we're doing. And so in defense of the planning department, what I've observed in my time there is they go above and beyond helping people that you're talking about in that particular situation. But because we have created a land development code that we have to recognize special hazard zones, wetlands, and all the stuff that go with that, at some point, there are things that our planning department, while they are well-versed in the land development code, they may not be exactly well-versed in what does that person need. And like I said, at some point, you have to have a survey, so that's a certified person. If you're building in Walton County, you have to have plans from an architect. And so if those are things we want to change, then those are things we can change. But when we do that, I would expect that we're going to get opposition from the people that, want wetlands protected. Commissioner, you've been around a long time. We have a lot of different groups that want different things. And so that's why I've maintained that everybody's welcome to this. Let's just be careful how we do it so that we can do it and not saddle people down the road with other problems.
Madam Chair.
Yes, but this gentleman's been standing there wanting to talk for a while. I'd like to let him speak since we are in public comments. Would you come on up?
Thank you. My name is Chandler Williams. So the bulletin just says, or the request is to hire Matilda to be more operational, like make the operation more efficient, or is it to hire her to help update the code?
It's to negotiate about the land development code and rewrites there is the motion.
Okay, so just a little about myself. I grew up in Portland, just west of Freeport. At the time, the landfill wasn't Latilda, it was a county, so it's a county issue than Latilda. But on the same note, Freeport is nothing to brag about when it comes to that, and Latilda is part of that as a major problem. So, I mean, I would think that it'd be the smartest thing with the council to decide, and I think Mr. Askin may have mentioned that earlier, to hire outside counsel, not somebody that's been in Walton County for 35 years, because there's not really progress with that. So, in my opinion, is just to hire outside counsel in the state of Florida, familiar with the laws, but not somebody in our own backyard where progress hasn't been made and we're still dealing with issues such as streams and, basic stuff. So that's all I really have to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I wanted to go back to, expecting the citizens to hire professionals to get a pole barn put in or whatever the case may be. The citizens already pay taxes. So to me, we're providing a service. So we're customer service orientated. So if I'm coming in there, I don't really want to be told that, here's your checklist, go find you an architect, go find you a professional, whatever that is, and then come back when you're ready. That's just not right to me. We pay taxes to provide a service. I mean, that's just, I don't know. I just don't agree with the concept of hiring a professional like Commissioner Gladwell stated, somebody making $40,000 a year, and I'm good.
Commissioner Gladwell.
I had a gentleman this morning call me. He had been trying to get a permit for a pole barn for 2 months. That is unacceptable. A pole barn, that's an agricultural building. There shouldn't even be a permit. And my frustration is I hear it every single day. When I go to breakfast, I hear it. When I go to Walmart, I hear it. When I go to the office, I got people calling me, and I hear it there. And we, as was said, we have a duty, because these are taxpayers. We seem to have an opinion that these people work for us, and that is fundamentally wrong. We work for those citizens, and we should be trying to make things better for those citizens. And every day I hear somebody telling me they can't get a building permit for their house, or they can't get a building permit for their pole barn, or they can't get a live person to talk to them. And that's a problem. And I don't know about any of the rest of y'all, but I hate talking to a computer worse than I hate just about anything. And the first thing I would like to change in planning is get rid of that blame answer machine, and let's talk to a live, real person. I mean, that's a simple thing, but if I hear they'll tell you, I need a permit, and I call down there and I get an answer machine or I get a computer, and then I try to talk to that, and they don't call me back. And I mean, it's just over and over.
Yeah, that's consistent.
And when we expect something different to happen with the same processes, that's the definition of insanity, or it's one of them. We need to change these things and get rid of that dad-blame computer. I hate that thing.
I did ask Clay, Madam Chair, that if FACT had anything when I first saw this on the agenda. I'm like, does the Florida Association of Counties have anything for planning or anything to bring here? And I'll let him answer that.
Unfortunately, they don't have the support available to send someone in to do this kind of stuff. Similarly, the state of Florida doesn't have the ability, even at the state level right now, to send people in. There used to be some more services available. Candidly, FACT's even backed up on how much they can offer temporary administrator services. It's just a lack of total professionals they can bring in. And that's why there's been a rise of these outside consulting firms that come in at large dollar amounts, giving you high level, and then asking your planning staff to implement it through LDC revisions after the fact.
How many unfilled positions do we have in planning?
Mr. Frankston?
Do you know how many unfilled positions we have in planning?
I believe we were at 3 or 4 at this point.
Are we advertising for those?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have applicants?
Yeah, we've done pretty well trying to get them turned over and fill in those positions. Okay, and
good.
we have also just brought on an intern to also assist the department.
Good.
So it's been a good relationship trying to get people on board, and we're working very hard to make that happen.
Great, thank you very much. So we do need, I think that's one of the things that you have found throughout
Right.
your
One of our
time.
recommendations is going to be, we need some more people in a few different places.
Right.
The reason you get a phone call is because 5 other people have called you before you called them before you called. And, you know, one thing I hate is, you know, can you hold for a second while I take this other phone call? Well, no, because you're talking to me. I don't want to be put on hold. So we understand, you know, I mean, we understand what the root causes of some of these problems are. I'd like to address the T-pole, or the pole barn. There is a high probability in our county that pole barns end up being houses. I mean, so you get a pole barn and a temporary power pole, and you thank the planning department for their efforts, and then boom, you go close it in, and then what happens is there's a code violation because your neighbor's mad and all that. So all of the stuff we've put in place is really to try to protect the integrity of the development and building processes in Walton County. Save your property value. Keep your neighbor, you know, from being distressed because you've done something that is not allowable. So I understand your frustrations because y'all have delivered to me a lot of these problems, and I've done my typical methodical research to figure out, okay, what happened here? And a lot of times I have found on these that through no fault of the owner, that there was some not knowing of what their responsibility is. So I'm with you. For the person that lives in North Walton County that is on, you know, I'm not going to say limited income, but a certain income, let's make it as easy as we can. But let's also make sure that we're protecting the neighbor's property value as well.
But what happens is because they can't afford to do it the way we want them to do it, they go out there and operate under the it's better to ask for forgiveness and permission, and they just go out there and do it.
I know.
A lot of them do it, not just the north end, it's all over.
And so if you want people to comply, you can't have a process that is burdensome to that extent. You gotta have, and that is not the employee's fault, that is our
It's not.
fault. And we have to do something to fix it.
We do need to streamline our process. I remember years ago when it was brought up at this board before I was on, that we were gonna try to have everybody have a permit within a week, and on the south end and 3 days on the north end.
And we did it for about 6 months.
But the problem, I think, that has happened is that we have grown so quickly, and we have not kept up with hiring people for positions. We have them budgeted, and we have the positions, some of the positions open now. But we've grown dramatically. I'll get you in just a second, I promise. We've grown dramatically lately and within the last few years that I don't think anybody really expected, especially since COVID. And I don't see it slowing down. If you listen to the news, we're probably gonna get a lot more crowded. So we really do need to get a program in place, and we need to have, I mean, I'm all about streamlining this and transparency and getting this done to where everybody's on the same page and knows what's going on. And it shouldn't be that difficult for everybody to get things done. It just shouldn't be. So, it's, okay. You've already spoken, but you, young lady, come on up in the back. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you.
Nora Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y. Want to get back on the specific topic is, you know, consulting is not a cheaper way to go. And why I understand, say, in building a relationship between the city of Freeport and the county, I'm with the other lady. Everything that's went before the county, the city, is just yes, 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 yes. And I think that there needs to be some separation. I'm talking from the city council having the same legal representation, then we'll have the same person in our planning and zoning. Well, then why do we even need a county? Why don't we just incorporate all into the city of Freeport? I think if you are looking at going to hire anybody as a consultant, it should be that you open it up. And I understand about being local, and you will find I will support local workers all day long. I'm one of them. But I know, and don't everybody in the back shoot me for this one, so to speak, but we have a lot of professional engineers and attorneys that use these very professional land use people to pass their big developments. It might be that one of them would want to also be a consultant for the county. Because I do think separation is important, and I think we need more than one eyes. And I don't think that even if you hire a consultant, whether it be Latilda or someone else, is going to solve the problems that we have in planning. And I will agree that it is not about the north and the south side, okay? Because I will tell you this, I had a niece, all we were trying to do is do a little lot split to put her a little mobile home on our family property. Took us almost a year to get a mobile home permit. So I feel for everybody. You're right, it should be an easier process, but again, hiring a consultant isn't going to solve that. They're just going to look at the land code, do this, do that, and we'll actually probably be in worse shape. Unless we go totally independent with someone that has not touched this thing in the past, that has no chances of getting confused against our land code and the city of Freeport's land code. Because that's why everything's getting annexed into the city of Freeport, because all of a sudden you can go from 2 per acre to 35 per acre. So I want to urge y'all, because I think I think if you're going to do it, you need to at least open it up to more candidacies than just one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I don't care who we put in that position. I want them to know the land development code and the issues that we have that contradicts themselves. If you think as soon as let's just say we hire Latilda, we like the contract and everything, if you think I'm gonna stop doing this, you got another thing coming. I don't care who's that consultant is. I'll be having more of these reports myself. And I'm not charging anything but what I'm already getting paid. Thank you.
Lee?
Thank you, Lee Moore. I'm always careful to stay as neutral as possible, but I just want to say something about the Land Development Code. We at Scenic Walton have been advocating for improvements to that code for years and years and years. We've brought specific suggestions forward. We've seen code changes written up and then sit and not be implemented. A lot of what needs to be changed about and improved about this land development code has already been written. And I don't know what it is. I don't really care at this point other than figuring it out and fixing it. If it's staffing shortages, they don't have time to do it. If it's political will from elected officials, whatever it's been and whatever it is, I think it's become glaringly apparent that it is time, and it's beyond time to deal with it. I mean, there are probably 4 or 5 changes that could be made to the code for some of these primary corridors in this county that would protect the character going forward. And they have been talked about for years, and they have not been changed. And at times, they've been loosened up in the code that we do have, and we've seen the detrimental effects, like on 98. And it just, do we want to do it or not? And then figure out how to do it and do it. We've been begging for it forever. And I just think that now the problem is with all the foot dragging, wherever it came from, and this is not a judgment on the current leadership of the planning department. He and they haven't been there long enough to even do anything yet, and they've been hamstrung by Senate Bill 180 almost the entire time since the leadership change happened. So I'm not accusing anyone in leadership today of anything. I'm
Lee,
just,
I think we all know where you're going. Madam Chair, I know that there was a time where we went through the same discussion and someone said, why haven't we done anything, or how do we, and I think I asked you, Clay, that specific, like, what does it take to begin the process to make changes to the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code? And I feel like we took some kind of action to do that was going to enter us into that period of time. Are we not there? Are we not in that process?
We're partway into it. I wouldn't say that what I'm hearing today, Commissioner, is, and I'll focus as much on what she's saying as anything. You can adopt what DP presented whole cloth right now. Let's just forget Senate Bill 180 applies, said we adopt it, we apply it. I don't believe that's gonna do 90% of what you said. I don't think it's gonna do 20% of what they're talking about.
How do we get to that?
I honestly believe that at this point in time, and this is not meant, and so I'll apologize to the planning staff as a whole if it is taken as a criticism, it comes down to the very simple reality. Your planning staff deals with permitting every day. That's what they're doing. They're reviewing projects, they're approving permits. And I heard a whole lot up here tonight, I know you do, I hear it too, that it's not happening fast enough. How are you ever gonna get to rewriting the code to make those changes if you're spending all day dealing with permitting? The simple fact is we're not dealing with planning from the lookout 5 years in front of you or 5 weeks in front of you if you're dealing with a project that's 5 minutes in front of you. So to me, I think you've got to make sure it's there. If we had an unlimited amount of time and an unlimited amount of staff and money, you can do it all in-house. If you can't, you've got to figure out. That's why we had to bring DPZ in to do the year process. I mean, I was here when we did the year process before, and we did the vast majority of it in-house. We weren't even able to do that, and the planning department, I believe, is 3 times larger now than it was in 2006. So at some point, you've got to have somebody whose dedicated task and responsibility is implementing these changes to the land development code that are quality of life issues, that are cleaning up. I'll use Barbara's favorite, why Coastal Center mixed use doesn't allow mixed use, but Coastal Center does. I mean, little things like that that don't get caught by that high level, big picture ear, but have been sitting out there for a long period of time, and which planner is handling it. It's not a matter that somebody's not doing their job, they're all doing something. But you've got to have somebody whose sole mission, it's a singleness of purpose issue. If you don't
So
have
is
that,
there-
it's not gonna work.
Is it a legislative process that takes place where we have public hearings and
Yes.
things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do we initiate that? Because that's what I feel like I did a year and a half ago. I thought I initiated that, and apparently I
And we
didn't.
did a lot of it through the DPZ process, but I think what you're hearing now is there's need for more granular level of that. I will say this, if the motion on the floor, I'm just gonna keep us within the motion on the floor. If that motion on the floor passed, or you brought back an RFP, anything like that, one of the things that I would wanna add into a contract is that that person would involve public workshops outside of the planning commission, with the planning commission, and then ultimate presentations to the BCC to discuss this. That's part of what you have to do. But you can't ask your planning commission to do it out of due respect to their time. They sit there 4 hours a night going through projects. Unless you want them showing up every week as a volunteer board, you can't ask them to do it. It's tasking someone with this specific role that's gonna come report to you, and then making it be involved with the public as well. I think whoever your consultant is needs to be involved with the public process and do that. The city of Phoenix has been doing code land use review committee, Commissioner Drake, that's tasked with 2 council members and 1 citizen, that meets monthly, and I think they've been going on now for the better part of 2, maybe 3 years, going through their entire code. I mean, it is a comprehensive and lengthy process. Until you start it in earnest with that granular level we're talking about, it's never gonna happen.
Madam Chair.
So whatever y'all can do.
What,
please.
I
what does
think-
it take?
Well, I was just going to piggyback on what you said. I think that was an excellent, great step, but I think what it is we collectively probably dropped the ball. I think if we go through with this, we need to reiterate, and you know, like I said, I'm piggybacking on Commissioner Drake, but we need updates. We need, you know, if Commissioner Drake did this a year and a half ago, why didn't we have an update every 90 days, every 120 days, every, you know, 30 days? You know, he's bringing up something that he thought that we fixed at some point, and now all of a sudden we're finding out that, well, we might have did this and that, when we should have been getting reports all along from the time that he made the motion and it got it approved. I feel that if we go through with this, we need a mandatory type reporting apparatus at that podium, talking to us either monthly or every 60 days, whatever that
It'll
case
be
may
in your contract. That's how we would write it. It would be a mandatory reporting provision with metrics attached.
Sorry, Commissioner Drake.
Go ahead,
If I
Commissioner.
can
Go
just
ahead.
finish my point real quick.
Sure.
I'm running out of time anyway. I would say you did some of it tonight, the process. Didn't you enact some changes to the land development code tonight?
Municipal code. Not really, not about, that was the code of ordinances, but not the LDC.
So, and I've been here for, looking at this stuff for a long time. I've seen lots of changes made to the land development code. So here's a point. A lot of what you need to do now, the state won't let you anymore. So if that changes, get on it and get it done. I agree with Clay, or Attorney Atkinson. I think you need somebody dedicated to it, whether it's in-house or a consultant. They've got to be focused on it, and that's got to be their thing. One of the fastest growing countries in the nation. It is nuts, and it is changing all the time. And I agree that you need somebody, that's all they do. And if it goes away, if you get it to a place where it's not a full-time job anymore or a full-time consultant role, great. Make that change then. But right now, I think it's clear there's plenty of it to do. I would just say it's got to be made a priority. It needs to be reported on regularly, and it's got to stay that way because you all are dealing with 1,000 different things too.
Okay, thank you
So,
very much, Lee.
It's just critically important.
Thank you.
Can I ask Ms. Moore a question? Just one question.
Go ahead.
Lee, would you consider the changes that you would like considered to be more restrictive or less restrictive?
More, in most cases. That's why I said the state won't let you do it now.
No, that's
That-
not, no, that's not.
Some
why-
of it you can
that-
do.
That's not why I asked the question. I asked the question to bring home the point that you're asking for less restrictive, she's asking for more restrictive. That's why I made the point. We gotta be careful.
But we're
Because-
kind of talking about some different things. You're talking about processing cost for
No,
development and
he's talk-
building.
He's talking about changing land development code so somebody can put a pole barn on their property without having to pay attention to wetlands and other special hazard zones and not worry about what their neighbor thinks or none of that. And that's why I said, our land development code exists, our land development code exists the way it does now is because we have let special interest groups help us write it. I'm not against protecting stuff. I'm just saying that when we do that, we end up with a place where a person can't build a pole barn in Flowers View, Walton County, without having to go by our land development code. And so we've got to be careful how we do this.
I just think we ought to fix what we know is already broke right now is the contradictions. So
Some
let's
of it's
start
already
small.
written.
Yeah, let's start small. I mean, we're trying to fix the world in 5 minutes. Let's start small.
Within 5 minutes.
Well, I'm sorry.
Well, Lee, to your point, and I know that we have talked for years about the Design Review Board and the standards along 30A and Scenic 98 and on 98. And
331,
we've been
already
talking
written.
about it for years, and
Already
it's
written.
not been, it was kind of tucked in there, but nothing was ever complete with it. And we've never had the DRB for those areas either. So I agree, we've got a long way to go, and we need to get a road to get there. But right now, we've got Brian Kellenberger and Stephen Schoen working on a project that we've asked them to work on, and we've given them 90 days to do it. and that's not up until the end of November. And we've also got another company that we've got in there looking at things, and that's not up until February. And so we've got things going on in there, but we've got a long way to go. And so
Oh,
if
I
you know
know.
where that is written, if you know where it's written and you can pull it out,
I can.
give it to Brian. Give it to Brian.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just one more and then call the question.
Has Barbara already spoken? Did you
Not
already
on
speak to
this
this?
one,
I don't
Okay,
think so.
okay. If you didn't speak to this, come on up.
I was saying she was the one more and then let's go.
Okay,
let's
okay.
call
Did
the
Brian,
question.
Brian.
All right,
Barbara,
Barbara
after you, that's
Morano,
it.
and Commissioner Johns, I want to thank you for that commemorative speech about Fred Tricker.
Thank you.
Fred Tricker knew the code. South Walton Community Council has been working with the code. We've been helping citizens, and I agree, I don't believe citizens need to hire lawyers or planners to get through the code. You just heard from Lee. I have on chapter 6 what the county wanted to put in on that design standards that just sat on somebody's desk. You have people in the community right now that can give you a list, 1 through 5, of what needs to be changed in the code. I am saying, really, hold off on this consultant. Let's look. You mentioned it, Commissioner Johns, you got that MBT, you've got what's happening. I can go back to the grand jury in 2015 that talked about rec fee impact problems in 2015. So we can't expect anyone to come in and do a complete, you've got the information, and I think you can keep something in-house. Our attorney talks about village mixed use. We have another gas station on 330, 393, and 98. That makes 3 gas stations. Why are we putting another gas station in? Because there's a loophole in the code. They are going to put a house with that gas station because village mixed use is an issue, is a problem. We have a large gym that's coming up on 30A, a large gym, putting 4 little apartments for their 4 LLC partners. They're able to get away with that because it's a minimum residential component to a village mixed use. We just got through with the magistrate process. I stood up here and supported the magistrate process because she was supposed to be looking at the code, and our attorney just said that. With East Nursery, that was terrible. I want to stop the land use attorney for the county who gets up and talks about everything meets the code. It doesn't. I want to stop even a planning director to get up and say it meets the land development code, because it doesn't. We do have people, but yet you're right, as Clay said, all the projects are coming in and they're spending time. We have Renee Bradley, who just retired. Hire her to come in and do the TRC meeting, so that pulls Stephen out of there. When you look at all the time, you have planners sitting here right now because they have 2 projects after we finish. That's 5 hours that they've sat here and not did anything with planning. Our process is broken because of this, and I think that's what Brian is trying to say. I think we have a lot of work to do at this moment and then come back and get a consultant to come in at this point. And I think we have to pull in the community, certain people in the community right now, because we have what can be fixed. And that you won't have a 3rd gas station. You won't have another gym. You won't have another Sunliner diner on 30A because you didn't have any standards. We cannot wait any longer. You have the information, and we can turn it around in a month. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds very promising.
Last thing, please.
Okay.
Just what you said, Barbara. You know, we've kicked this can down the road. I've heard all these same arguments ever since I started coming to these meetings, and we just had a prime example of Commissioner Drake thinking that we already fixed this problem a year and a half ago, and now we're finding out, well, we didn't. So if it takes somebody just taking that little nugget out of LDC to start fixing some of those codes that we already know broke, But if we don't bring that consultant in, or we don't bring that person in, then that's gonna take time away from Brian's consultants, or not consultants, but Brian's, what he's trying to do in there. You're gonna take time away from the planners, you're gonna take time away from Stephen. So you know what, I wanna see what the contract looks like. I mean, I'm tired of hearing about it. And again, I'm so glad Commissioner Drake brought it up. Thought it was fixed a year and a half ago. Now we find out it's not. And you know why? Because we voted on something, put it on a shelf, and we forgot about it. Out of sight, out of mind. And now all of a sudden it's blown up again, and now we're gonna do all this, and then hopefully we do fix it and do something with this consultant type thing, or we're gonna be back here next year doing the same thing. Well, I thought we fixed it. Didn't we hire a consultant? No, we didn't hire a consultant. Just fix it now, please.
Call question.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, can we take a break?
Yes, please. 5 minutes. Okay, let's get started. Okay, we are still on Commissioner Glidewell. All right, I'm going to ask, please, that you all please be quiet, because this young lady over here, she cannot hear us, and when you all are talking, so I'm going to ask you to please try to keep it quiet. And I'm also going to ask the board to not talk over each other and to not speak when it's the public's turn to speak. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I'm gonna pull 36. It's hard to refer somebody to the TDC director if we don't have a TDC director.
Okay, 36.
So if that's all right with you, we'll do that.
Could I make a comment?
Okay.
Commissioner Glidewell, good news is on the way. There are conversations that are taking place at the highest levels of government. I think you're going to see some things in the next few days. So I think it's what you're wanting to accomplish is going to be satisfying.
That sounds really good.
Good news.
That sounds good.
My first ad is to request to approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution recognizing and proclaiming November 6th as Election Worker Appreciation Day. This was provided to me by our Supervisor of Elections, Mr. Messer, who, of course, wants to recognize his employees. We have a lot of dedicated, good people who work in our elections process, and so I would make that motion that we authorize the chair to sign the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to sign the resolution making November 6th the Election Worker Appreciation Day. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
And also, with your indulgence, the one I had added on, I'm going to pull it as well. So
Okay.
that would wind me up.
That would wind you up. Okay, sounds great. Commissioner Drake, do you have anything? Okay, Commissioner Anderson?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I have a couple of things, not as bad as it looks. Just asking for an update on the request to use the current building funds for the construction of an office for the building department here in this location, not necessarily in this, I'm not sure exactly where it would be, but we would like, I think it would be the right thing to do to have a building department here and eventually planning as well, so that some of these functions can take place down here without people having to travel up to Freeport or to Funiac and such. And we've got money that if we don't use it, it goes back to the state, is that correct?
It's abated. It's included in the abatement of fees that's occurring right now. The board had passed the resolution related to that.
And how much do you think we have?
About $5 million. I believe $1.3 million could be utilized for a future building, which would represent this past year's revenues in excess of expenses. Going back to previous years, I think those years would still need to be abated.
So are you saying we just have a total of 1.3?
1.3 that could be utilized going forward, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so we will look into finding what we can do with that and how we can proceed with that. And Mr. Kellenberger, can you do some research as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to scratch number 38 because we've already done that. I didn't know that was going to be on the agenda when I put it on there, so we've already discussed that, so we will pass up on that. Number 39, update on paid parking.
Yes, ma'am. We are finalizing the contract with the selected provider that we got through the RFP, and our intent is to have paid-for parking in place by March 1st on the 3 parking lots that we identified.
By March 1st?
Yes, ma'am.
How come it's taking so long?
Well, there will be some, once we get through the contract negotiation and decide on exactly how it's going to look, they have some procurement and installation of their hardware, software, setting up how it all works and making it mesh with our financial systems.
And that'll be just in time for like spring break?
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
And where are we starting? Which
The
areas?
3 parking lots are Van Ness Butler parking lot, the new Grayton Beach parking lot, and the Highway 393 parking lot.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The next one I have is discussion regarding potential clinic in conjunction with 38 Cats. And it's not just in conjunction with 38 Cats, it's animals, it's their dogs and cats. And a couple of years ago, when I was up in Devoniac Springs, someone brought to my attention that there's a lot of stray dogs, and then you've got a lot of stray puppies, and then you got a lot of, it's just a continuous cycle. And a lot of people don't have the funds to spray and neuter these animals. And 38 Cats has been very active, and what they do is they recommend trap, neuter, and return as the most effective and humane way to reduce the number of community cats. And there's a big cat population on the south end. It's huge, and I imagine it probably is all over the county. And according to some of the people that I talked with in Walton County, the warm climate, the rural communities, the rising cost of pet care, and no low cost of vets have contributed to the overpopulation of these animals. And so what I would like to see is if I could have staff check and find out what kind of system that we could use that we would be able to step in and help to get these animals neutered or spayed so that we don't continue to have an overabundance of these animals. It really is a big problem in a lot of areas. And I don't know, is Nicole Thompson here? Nicole, would you like to come up and speak to some of this? And I think you were talking about of the voucher system. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So.
Thank you for bearing with us in this long meeting.
No problem. Again, Nicole Phi, my card's actually wrong, and I am a volunteer with 38 Cats. I'm going to give you a little bit of history and then kind of talk to you a little bit about some just humane approaches like the voucher system. So as Commissioner Johnson stated, we do have a cat overpopulation issue, and it does need to be addressed. I think I've spoke with some of you over the past several years. 38 Cats came to fruition just 4 short years ago after a group of 5 women saw an upsetting number of strays along the beautiful beach towns that we call home, and we thought that something needed to be done. Our small group of volunteers receives daily calls from tourists and homeowners alike because they've seen a cat outside, or calls because neighbors are fighting over the 5 cats in the yard that have been now turned into 25 and they're not fixed. We also hear many residents say that they can't afford to pay $400, maybe more, to get a new pet that they've adopted fixed. It shows that this is an issue that isn't just about stray cats. Because of this, 38 Cats began offering our residents a monthly low-cost transport where we would take them and get them fixed at a low-cost clinic in Spay Bay for about $75. It was so popular, all 40 spots would be filled within hours of it opening. So data shows us one non-spayed female cat and her unfixed offspring can produce over 11,000 kittens in just 5 years. We know euthanizing small fraction of outdoor cats doesn't help control the population either. If it did, this problem would have been solved years ago. Euthanasia doesn't serve any purpose for which shelters were formed in the very first place anyways, nor does it protect other pets, wildlife, or human health. Removing outdoor cats is another thing that it doesn't work. That's called the vacuum effect. Just like removing bears, coyotes, or other animals in the wild, other ones will move in and fill this void. Innovative programs like a voucher would achieve real results. Areas that have implemented TNR and spay and neuter have had very good outcomes, showing a dramatic reduction in euthanasia, decreased complaints to county, and in the number of cats we see outside. 38 Cats has fixed over 3,000 cats to date, adopted over 500 into loving homes, and we've helped residents transport over 700 cats to get fixed to help this problem. If we're going to continue making progress on this issue, we really need the commissioner's support in trying something different. Many counties already have laws and programs in place that work. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, we just have to be willing to try new things. So I'm asking you to support a program like a voucher system like Bay County has implemented recently. We're not asking for funds to do it. It doesn't have to be complicated. It's easy, it's humane, and it's a way to get community involvement. So a voucher system would be something where you could set aside funds. I suggest pulling money that is already there for euthanasia and use those funds, whatever you want to budget that for, and you would allow nonprofits throughout Walton County, as well as any resident here showing ID, to trap or bring a carrier cat to be fixed, and it would be paid for with a voucher. 38 Cats does have relationships with different vet clinics that we could run a program like this through, or if you have other ideas or vets you'd like to use, we can help set that up as well. And it's just a way to humanely bring down the overpopulation that we have in this area.
When you take these cats to get spayed or neutered, where do you take them? Do you have any facility in Walton County?
Yeah, we don't have a facility. We're just a core group of 5 people, and we have fosters that open up their homes to socialize the kittens until they're adopted.
So you take them where?
We use our own cars, or we rent a van, and we've done Operation Spay Van in Bay County. And that's not easy to get to, especially for people in the northern part of the county. It's over an hour. And that's
Interesting.
another rise in how many cats we see, and dogs outside. We've even helped dogs too.
Right, right. Well, I personally think that's great, and I think that we spoke a couple of years ago, actually, on this topic as well. And I think that it's something that's really necessary because it really truly is an issue, and it can be handled
Absolutely.
humanely. And so I think that, I think that this is a good process, and if Bay County's already doing it, I would like to either ask if somebody would like to make a motion to approve that we move forward with this, or if we could have you speak to our county administrator and get some details on how we need to proceed.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a
Is
motion
that a
and a
motion
second.
on direction or to approve?
To approve. Is that a motion to approve, Commissioner Drake?
What is it?
I haven't seen any.
Is it a
To approve
concept?
moving
Nothing.
forward with a voucher, to work with them with a voucher program.
Why don't we take direction to the county administrator to develop a program with them and bring it back?
That's fine.
Yeah,
Does that work with
And
you?
we probably want to
Yes,
work with Walton
absolutely.
County Animal Control as well as
Yes.
part of the overall discussion.
Yes,
And
please.
if we can incorporate some Walton County vets here, I know
Yes.
that a lot of times when people have a really sick animal, they have to go to Tallahassee, but it's my understanding that that particular vet's going to be having an office over in Walton County as well. So I don't know, but there are a lot of vets here, so hopefully we can get something moving with this.
Yeah,
So
I'd just absolutely love to help partner and be a solution for this.
that's wonderful. Thank you
Thank
very,
you for
very
your time.
much. I appreciate it. Appreciate your time.
Get with Brian and y'all
meet
get
with
the
you every
numbers,
meeting.
and then he'll bring it back to the board. We'll notify you, though.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and the last thing that I have is, I went to look at Helen McCall recently, which is the park on Mull Drive, and I know that we've got a lot of money going into that, and we're redoing all the ball fields, and that's coming up, and that's kind of been on the agenda for a long time. But I was surprised that the childcare area where the children's playground equipment and all of that, it just didn't look good to me. It looked tired and needed some freshening up. So what I would like to do, what I'm trying to do, is I want to replace one of the really dingy-looking shades that's out there, that's over some of the playground equipment, have the trees trimmed up, because right now they are, unless they've been cleaned up in the last week, they were covering up the lights, they were covering up the cameras. It needed to be cleaned up, and it needed pressure washing all over the place, the playground equipment itself and the sidewalks, things like that. We needed some swings. The swing sets are existing, but some of the swings are not. So just to do things like that. And so what I would ask to do is I'd like to take $100,000 of my plat fee money and move it to Helen McCall for that purpose.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments?
Yeah, Commissioner, Madam Chair, I know what you're talking about, and shades and playground equipment. surprised the heck out of me of how much they cost, because it's very expensive, and I back you up in this, and, you know, if you need some extra plat fee money, just bring it to the board again, okay?
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. I appreciate that. Any comments from the audience? Yes.
Yes, Chandler Williams. Oh, yeah, just a question on paid parking, specifically in Grayton Beach.
We're not on that. You have to wait for public comments for that.
Oh, gotcha, okay, so well, this, with the Helen McCall, that's what we're referring to right now. So with the $100,000, and this may be as far as, I'm not sure the funds you mentioned earlier, with the 1.3 million with the remainder, there's no basketball courts in South Walton other than Hogtown Bayou. Has there been consideration at all to put basketball courts in there?
We have a basketball court at Legion Park, and we're going to be updating that basketball court shortly. So we do have that one. And if you stay tuned for a few more meetings, you might see a wish list for more.
Yeah, okay, good enough, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, if you wouldn't mind me clarifying, that $1.3 million, that was generated from building department fees, so the only thing it can be used for is enforcement of the building code or a building department facility. It's got to be for building departments. They wouldn't be able to utilize that on Helen McCall Park.
So we use rec fees, the rec plat fees, and that's what that money is for. It's when developers come in, we get a portion of the money. So that is strictly for those purposes, for our recreation. So, and that's all I had. Now we are open for public comments. Gentleman in the glasses.
Hi, Kevin Boyle. I am the general manager for the Seaside Community Development Corporation. First, I just wanted to welcome and congratulate Administrator Kellenberger. I have been a resident of Walton County for nearly 18 years, and I don't know if I remember the last time there was consensus optimism about your position. And so I look forward to continuing to have conversations with you, but I appreciate everything that you've done for our county, and I look forward to you doing more. I have a tremendous amount of empathy in inheriting something and being able to turn and figure out how to make meaningful changes iteratively and intentionally. I would challenge the Board of County Commissioners to give grace and space to that position to continue to have discussions like I think we had today, which is also one of the most, I don't know if you felt it, but it was one of the most refreshing discussions just to see a back and forth and to see disagreement, to potentially see some compromise. It was very refreshing. I will say just a few things. First of all, the Helen McCall bathrooms don't meet code, and hopefully that's being fixed. My son, I don't even allow my kids to go to the bathroom at Helen McCall, so that needs to be fixed. So the shades are expensive, and Commissioner Anderson is right, all of that's expensive, but fixing that bathroom doesn't take that much.
Right.
I really, one of the exercises that I have is, in my position is how I go home at night and explain the toughest part of my day to my 9-year-old daughter. It challenges the legacy position that we have as parents, as professionals, as human beings. I think that as a county, as we look at some of the things that Lee said and Ms. Morano said, and the conversation back and forth, I'd really challenge ourselves to think, what is the legacy we're leaving here? We talk about this in Seaside, we talk about the curfew. It's always the curfew. And we've worked on that to really reset the mindset of the folks coming to our destination. The 6-year-old that's the cute kid on the beach that we take photos of becomes the 16-year-old who is the spring breaker that we vilify, who becomes the 26-year-old who gets married here, the 36-year-old who has that 6-year-old, the 46-year-old who wants to buy the second home. We have to remember that this is a generational destination. We need intentional leadership for the TDC, for our county commissioners, for the county administrator. And I feel like after tonight, I think that we're having those types of discussions, and especially with with Brian or Administrator Kellenberger. I appreciate that very much. But I just want to thank you for this discussion, and as always, you know, Seaside is always open to discussion and anything we can do to help move along any sort of discussion like municipal transit or paid parking. We're always open to that kind of discussion. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Brenda?
Hope it's warmer up here.
It's not.
Brenda Reese. I'm a Walton County resident, and I was born in Defuniak, and I live at Eastern Lake at the beach. And what I'm talking about tonight is renourishment. And you perhaps heard me talk about the sand and the dunes, our SiO2 pure siliclastic quartz sand. And I brought with me, I'll try to go quicker. This is a fossil from Aliquot up near Interstate 10. You know, the water comes up and the water goes down. So this is actually a fossil up near Aliquot. Then, I've been presenting my Shaping Florida over 20 years since I came back home. It took 20 years to convince many people that Walton County was going to have its 200th anniversary in 2024. But thank you so much. We had a great celebration. Now, y'all may not realize it, that next month, or December the 9th, that South Walton will be celebrating its 200th year of leaving Walton County. It went to be a part of Washington County, and it did not return until 1913. So again, that's another big anniversary coming up. But I want to talk about renourishment a little bit more. And this here is a piece of quartz. What our sand is that pure SiO2. I actually got this piece of quartz up in the Appalachian Mountains, which is where our quartz came down during the last Oligocene, came down the Apalachicola River, and then it's westward littoral drift. A lot of people say, oh, we can renourish, we can just go out there and get it. No, you can't. It's a different sand. It's often CaCO3 or it's darker. And that is what makes Walton County great, because we have so much of our beach that's still pure SiO2 sand. It's softer, it's lighter, and renourishment is just a recurring boondoggle. The new term is strategic retreat, that other places that have done renourishment in the past, it's just a continuous boondoggle. They get rid of it, and they may have to remove a building. If a storm comes in like 2005, Hurricane Michael, and the house is destroyed, if they can't move it back, then it's removed. And also, the 1837 J. Williams map shows all sand hills here from Destin way up into the Walton County, to the bay, all the way over. And so sand hills, so we've got a lot of this sand underneath a lot of those buildings and lawn grass and asphalt. So it's there. And so I'd like you to look at that. We really can't destroy this unique beach that we have. 2 seconds, oh my goodness. Well, there we go.
That's okay, Brenda.
You can, let me just, be a Florida Master Naturalist. I think Brian's aware of that program. And so, again, thank you, and
I appreciate
we can talk
that.
again.
I appreciate that, because you're right. We need to make sure we have the same sand that we have now, that we
Yes.
don't bring in something else.
Right, and it's
So-
irreplaceable, and it's the
Right.
best in the world.
You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Beth, Madam Chair, may I say one thing about Beth?
Yes, sir.
If you want to know the history of Walton County, talk to her.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I've had several people ask me about books about Walton County. I said, you need to call Beth.
Well, I'll be glad to talk to you anytime.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Brenda, I'm sorry, not Beth. I'm old, I'm sorry.
Hi, good afternoon. Kim Falconer, Falconer. And I just wanted to thank Commissioner Curry for your attention to water quality in Aliquot Creek. And I hope that that same attention will also extend to some of the developments, both ones that have been approved, like the asphalt plant in Freeport, ones that are proposed, like the racetrack, private racetrack in Aliquot. those both, and I'm sure there are others, fall directly in the watershed for the bay. The private racetrack property is right next to mine up in Aliquah, and the gullies that come off that property into Blount Creek, which runs right through the track property, are less than a quarter mile from Aliquah Creek. And all of those pollutants from that, much like the asphalt plant, are going to be going right into Aliquah and on into the bay. So I hope that you'll take those into consideration when they come up. And I did want to, can I make a comment on beach renourishment as well, even though it's a different subject? It's my understanding that the renourishment project, if it happens, is not actually going to extend the beach. I think Mr. Gladwell touched on this last night during his town hall. It's going to be focused on renourishing the dunes, which apparently are mostly private. So I think the general public has in mind that this renourishment project is going to extend the beach and therefore giving them more public access. And I think that needs to be clarified.
I think we're working on both.
Okay.
Both.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Todd, you've already spoken at the public comments?
No, it wasn't public comment, it was about the recreational, when I called up, I had a question about farming.
Okay, okay, I'll get you.
Yeah, I think you talked about your hand.
Todd Rowland. So I'm going to say something for myself, but I'm also saying it for the entire community. And I've never run from anything. So I'm going to say that the silent stuff out loud, and I've said it multiple times, but something needs to be done. So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I come here with a clear purpose. The behavior of this government body toward me and other citizens is unacceptable, and it stops now. I come from environments where compliance isn't optional, where compliance meant real consequences to include jail time. So when I see noncompliance, favoritism, or intimidation, I will call it out. As a taxpayer, I have not only that right to speak up, but I have the duty to do so. Last week, I sent this board and others an email. In it, I included a statement sent to me unsolicited by a lifelong Walton County resident. That resident asked me not to reveal the name out of fear of retaliation. That fear is shared by your neighbors and, yes, your own family members. It should disturb and enrage every one of you that longtime residents are afraid to speak to their local government. Here is what I wrote in the email. The local citizen who shared the statement below with me has asked me to remain anonymous and out of fear of retaliation. That should enrage every one of you as much as it does me. A longtime Walton County resident is too afraid to speak publicly to those elected to protect their interests. That says more about the leadership's environment than any audit ever could. This is bigger than planning issue. It speaks to the culture and fear and distrust. Your own neighbors, the people who put you in office, are afraid to talk to you because they have seen what happens to others who do. That should shake every one of you to your core. Are you not ashamed of that? Are you not disgusted? Don't you want to change the national reputation of a place you were born and raised? And I ended it with, dang, guys. So how does Commissioner Gladwell respond? With a parting shot aimed at me and every other citizen who dares to speak up, his exact words. He emailed me and C.A. Kellenberger only. As to my past descriptions of cave people, I heard that from a commissioner from another county and saw similarities with some people here. And as with other descriptions of individuals, I am reminded of a saying that my grandmother used. If the shoe fits, wear it. That is more than a cheap shot. It is contempt for the very people who put him here. And this is not the first time. This is at least the fourth time in the last 2 weeks someone from this county payroll has said something I consider intimidating, and I'm not the only one. Intent doesn't excuse impact. Under the law, the receiver's interpretation matters. My question to this board is direct. Do you condone this behavior from a fellow elected officials and executive staff? And to Commissioner Glidewell and anyone else tempted to walk down this path, what happens if I don't play in your sandbox? Are you going to prove the warning of lifelong time citizens right about how dissenters are treated in Walton County? We all know what you have done to Mr. Robinson and Mr. Turner when they refused to play Walton's reindeer games. You chose to run for office. You swore an oath to serve all people, not just handpicked few. If you cannot do that, step down from your post and let someone else honor that oath. Citizens of Walton County, stand up, get involved, or be ruled. The last 3 minutes serve as a formal complaint, and I do have a copy of the email. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Todd.
Chair, I think I have the right to respond. First of all, I didn't call everybody here a cave person. I called you one. And I don't backtrack from that a bit, because what that stands for is citizens who are against virtually everything. And over the past few years, you have proved that that is the truth. And I can't help that, but I don't back down from it. And you can make all the complaints you want. I have the right as a citizen to say what I want. I responded to your email, but I don't have to agree with you, and that is not intimidation. And when you stand up here and make unsubstantiated, unattributed statements that you say somebody wrote you, I don't even know who that is. Anonymous complaints are cowardly. If you've got something to say, I promise you, and I'll tell that to anybody in this room, if I got something to say to you, I'll say it to you, to your face. I don't play around, I don't kowtow, and I don't back down. So, yes, I don't know about Mr. Corman and Mr. Caney, which is the other two people you're talking about, but I can tell you this much. If I got something to say to you, I'll say it to you. And you, I've never, other than once or twice, I've never heard you say a positive thing about anything. If you hate this county so bad, why are you here?
I'm leaving.
I'm
out of here, so it's...
Well,
So I apologize. I'm not going to get confrontational. But you can't point your finger up there from the dais as an elected official and attack
who
a private
tells me
citizen.
I can't?
Wait a minute. I can't have you.
Okay, I'm not.
I'm sorry.
All I'm saying is, when I see something about my tax dollars, I have every right to say something. And I'm not going to name the 40 to 50 to 100 people that have reached out to me across this county and have warned me and have thanked me and have begged me to be their voice. So I am on my way out of here, and I will be done as soon as my house sells. But I appreciate the fact that you said what you said, and I hear your word. You're a man of your word. You're not afraid to say it. I have no problem with it. But you are an elected official. I am a private citizen. And you said earlier today that you work for us. So that's all I'm saying. You do it do it as a private citizen instead of on your Friends of Danny page, which you did, or send me a private email from your government page, from your government email.
Thank you.
Let me make one thing clear, though. You say you represent the people, and that but you have never run for anything, to my knowledge. Your name hasn't been on a ballot. Ours have.
I have served my country well. I do not have...
I have served my country well.
Excuse me.
And I don't...
Stop. Anyone else? Lee? We're going to keep these to 3 minutes and not a second over, please.
This will be quick.
Okay.
Two quick things. One, I'm glad the 30 cats thing came up. I'm speaking as Lee Moore here. Personally, I would just encourage you to continue considering that, and even potentially in the future budget sessions or processes, consider putting even a small amount of money toward spay and neuter programs countywide would definitely pay back in spades with the reduction in demand on your animal control. And Aliqua Animal Refuge would be a good partner to work with. on that as well, in addition to 30A cats, and I'm sure there are others. Second, I've spoken to you before, and some of you seen our promotions about that we have a specialty license plate that benefits Scenic Walton. We are about to lose that plate. The end of our first 2 years is December 31st. We have about 1,800 plates in circulation now. If we don't get to 3,000 by December 31st, the state will deauthorize our plate and we'll lose all the funding and no one can get that plate after that. So look, for a bunch of reasons, the plates have not sold like we expected, but we're putting one last push on these last couple of months. We have worked on this plate for 5 years, spent thousands and thousands and thousands of our hard-earned donated funds promoting it. And it could be a very good source of revenue for us, but so far that hasn't panned out. We don't want to lose it. If you would, go get the plate and encourage everybody you know to get the plate. And if you know of ways that I could get the word out to, it needs to be Walton County citizens, and unfortunately folks north of the Bay are not crazy about the plate. So it needs to be South End citizens. They're not because it has 30A logo on it and it has a picture of an area off of 30A on the background. So get it. I'm just saying we have a small audience, and if you can help me get to that audience in any way, shape, or form, please come to me very soon. We would appreciate it. We need that plate.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm so, let me take her and then I'll get you. I do that to you a lot. I apologize.
Nancy Parker. In regards to citizens trying to have their voices heard in this county and in front of our county commissioners, I did have a question regarding the current case that's still before the commissioners that the lady had just mentioned in regards to the hot mix asphalt plant.
Ma'am, that's a public hearing. We can't.
Okay.
Well, I have a question actually specifically for you, Mr. Atkinson, on this, because we have a new process in place in the
I will
county.
be glad to try to speak to you after the meeting. If it's something I'm able to answer as the county attorney, I'll be glad to. But
Okay.
ultimately, this is a quasi judicial matter which we cannot hear or discuss in public comment. And that's a
okay.
board policy.
Okay,
But I'll
understood.
be glad to take some time after the meeting, and if I can't answer your questions, I'll be
Okay.
glad to do so.
I do have a specific question, and
That's fine.
specifically for you, so I thank you for that. Additionally, I do also, we have discussed water issues and water testing that Commissioner Curry brought up today, and in line with that, we in our county had a moratorium up in District 2 in Commissioner Glidewell's area on water because of water testing by the Florida DEP on the wellheads up in his district last August 2024. We had a moratorium, then it was tabled, et cetera, then Senate Bill 180 came in. Regardless, within at least 6 months of that, I believe that by law, that water testing should have been, more testing should have been done. It was tabled to get more evidence before the county for consideration as to what's going on with those wellheads and our potable drinking water that supplies all of the county. We have not had an update on that. We have not seen any further water testing. No one has, to my knowledge, of any of you commissioners, I have not seen or heard for any public requests from Florida DEP as to where we stand with any of that, and the public has a right to know, and this should be a matter of urgency and extreme importance to the general public. And I would like to know, Commissioner Glidewell or any of you, have you heard from the Florida DEP? Have you seen any new testing results or have any further information for us on that matter?
I do not.
No,
have
ma'am, I
anything.
haven't. And I think we've tried to get those results, but.
Well, I would think legally, and that's another question for our county attorney, we legally have rights for those tests to have been done and there has been plenty of time. We are sitting in almost November of 2025, and these last samples were drawn in August of 2024. So where is it? Please do your jobs. We have a right to know. Florida DEP, from everything I can see, there's a real problem with them doing their jobs. So I would like some information on
She's
this
welcome
brought
to take
back
those
by our
issues
next
up to
meeting.
DEP. We have no jurisdiction over DEP. We
Well,
can only make requests just like the citizenry can.
Well, aren't there laws that those testing samples?
We're not the group we're not the group to enforce those laws, ma'am. That's up to the state of Florida, and that's an issue that you can take up directly with DEP.
I agree with you.
Well, Commissioner Glidewell said the toxic samples that we already had from 2024 were an existential threat to every business and resident in our entire county and beyond. And so therefore, I think this is a matter of public safety and health, and we can't just pass the buck and say, this isn't our jurisdiction. I'm sorry, sir.
No, unfortunately, ma'am, when the state preempts authority to them to regulate certain issues, that's exactly what we have to do.
Well,
The same
when
way
you
the
talk
federal
about
government.
people
Hold
that
on a
can't
moment,
afford to
ma'am.
have their own well
Okay,
water
okay.
tested in
Yeah, I
the
think
I'm
county.
sorry, I have to keep some order in here, so
Okay,
let's just
But
turn
there
it
are
down a little bit.
residents that
We understand, I understand exactly what you're saying.
In Commissioner Glidewell's district that have been out to meetings, that have voiced their concerns about their water.
Okay,
They-
I understand what you're saying, and we will talk to our county administrator and see if we can get some information for you.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Thank
Ma'am,
you.
Yes.
Part of my day job is to facilitate requests like these. So while the county board may not be legally eligible to petition that or to enforce that, why don't you call me tomorrow and let's see if we can try to figure out a way to bring resolution to that.
Thank you very much. I
My-
appreciate your
my-
help.
My cell number is 850-419-1300. That's my personal cell.
419-1300, did you get it?
Yes, I did. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm going to take two more. You two ladies and Amy, come on up first.
Forget Chandler.
Okay, yeah, I will. Sorry, three.
I'm really in complete awe. I watched your last meeting, couldn't be here at Seaside's Homeowner Weekend. You are basically saying you do not want centralized accountability to run a $60 million business. That is mind-blowing. By the way, 1.2 of it comes from my organization. You talk about different areas of expertise. I've told you guys this before, I run a $30 million business. I have a director of operations. I have a director of marketing. I have a director of finance. I have a director of guest services. I have 5 direct reports, and I can tell you that without my position, the face of that organization changes immediately. Notice I did not say maybe me, but if you have not got a general manager, a centralized leader to interface all the variety of things that come against a company, one of which is meetings just like this, you have got to have a person. I want to make it very clear. I have never said we did not need Matt. What I feel is we had a system that worked. We doubled our revenue, and we broke the system. We lowered the number of positions. That does not make sense. You need an executive director, and you need beach operations. You need marketing and Matt. You need the admin person. You need to put it back the way it was before we broke it. So many takeaways. If you divide 400,000 by 60 million, it is 0.006%. If you want to know what the bed tax collectors want, as I've explained to you guys, it's called the 30A Rental Operators Alliance. Matt and team join our calls. I try to update them on TDC issues on a regular basis, and they are all in complete alignment and agreement that we need an executive director. Let me give you an example real quick, if this helps in any way. When the PGA topic came up, support fully what you ultimately decided. But you've got to have an executive director. You as a board formed a committee and asked them to negotiate with the PGA. They, thank you, by the way, for those who negotiated that. The PGA came back with better terms. Yet that didn't even get acknowledged because I think probably just presentation alone, you've got to start where we're at with a director that knows how to formulate what's coming before you that makes you look good. It did not look good that we didn't thank the members of that committee, including Jennifer Frost. It didn't look good that we didn't say, hey, PGA, thank you for coming back at 3 million versus 6. I think we're all aligned, and strategically, it's not the right move for our county right now. But that's a person that you should expect to help you handle situations. Again, I'm gonna probably talk till I run out of time, because there were a few more. Oh, and by the way, year-to-date being up 2.2% on 1,800 more rental units, trust me, we're not doing that great. That is not a criticism, by the way, of our current marketing department. I'm very fond of everybody, and I think that they are doing a good job, but again, I think centralized leadership, centralized accountability is key.
Thank you. Tiffany? Hi.
Hi, Tiffany Edwards. I won't reiterate everything that Amy said, but I am extremely disappointed. I know that I am the earliest or the most recent member of the TDC, but I've spent hours and hours as treasurer looking through, and we keep mentioning over and over, if you want to be a conservative fiscal Republican, I'm telling you right now, this is one of the ways that we can do it. We cut our budget by 10% in different departments, and directed that any excess would then go into reserves. We also cut an FTE position, adding in this position for the executive director, and we put that salary and the benefits in our current budget. So the tagline of this extra cost is actually covered in our current budget, and we're lower than what we were last year. So I would ask you to please reconsider. I was at the budget meetings for conversation on this. This was passed through the budget. We unanimously passed it as our council. There were no questions or discrepancies there. So I would just please ask you, because what we have right now, yes, it may seem as a 2.2%, but we're losing our affluent family members. We're spending the same amount that you're talking about for an executive director on a strategic plan, and we don't have anyone overseeing that strategic plan, which includes beach renourishment, constant, additional marketing, parks that we have to continue to take care of. So I ask you, please, at some point, if we can come up with some type of compromise and solution. We are here. We spent hours and hours deliberating. We felt so great after our last meeting with you all that we were coming to connected. But some of these council members are the best partners that you all have in this area and are truly here to compromise and to be professional operators. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. You come up, Tim, come on up.
Thank you, Tim Taylor. Thank you, Commissioners. County Administrator Brian, we're all very pleased. We've worked with you for so many years and happy for Walton County. So I want to echo what the gentleman from Seaside. When our Tourist Development Council, when we discussed the executive director, it wasn't ever to replace Matt. But Matt and the staff, they report to Walton County. They report to the Walton County Administrator. Our discussions were, my discussions, Ocean Reef, like Amy's company, the bed tax collectors are responsible for this past year for $60 million. So listen to us, please. The executive director position, it was my feeling, was that person would report to the county commissioners. I love the fact that you all ran for office and you got elected. I like that. And so I think I would like our executive director to report directly to the county commissioners. We can't have everybody a county employee. So those of us that are bed tax collectors sending in the 60 million, just please look at the executive director's position. If you're worried about money, we spend a lot of money, but have that individual report to you because you were elected, and that makes for a better executive director, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, finally. I'm sorry. This is the last one, but he's been waiting. I keep forgetting him.
It's Chandler Williams. It's really simple. I just had a quick question about the paid parking. So Grayton Beach, new parking lot. So it's going to be paved or paid parking?
Yes, sir. It'll be paid parking.
So are there considerations about employees as far as in the whole Grayton Beach, all that area, as far as where they will park, or if are there passes for employees? Or
There are provisions within the program for locals discounts. I'm sorry, I don't have quite the details, but there are going to be provisions for that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. Motion to adjourn?
No,
we got
Oh, I mean, this part, not the other part.
We can go right into
I
that
want,
second.
I want to clarify something first before we do that. Because we were in public comments, I cannot go back to my things.
Well, once the board enters public comments, we do not return to any agenda items.
Can we make can we motion to change that?
Not at this time in this meeting, but you can in the future if you would like. The reason for that has always been because the board's firm rule is that you cannot take action on anything in public comments. So if the board passes an item on its agenda, the public comes up to speak later, the idea is not to have two or more bites at the apple. We can certainly look at that, but given if it was about one of the issues the public spoke on, we'll have to wait to the next meeting.
Okay.
These folks have been waiting a while.
I know, we're in the legislative items. Let's see, we're on number 42, Tucker Bayou. Who's going to speak to that?
Schultz.
Kelly?
This one should be quick, I'll do it. This is the one for the magistrate, right? This is the one that's already approved at the magistrate or not? Yeah, okay, so this is just their overlay.
Hi, Kelly, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelly Schultz. I'm here representing the Planning Department. The first item on the legislative agenda is the Tucker Bayou Conceptual Plan PUD overlay. Rosanna Edwards has reviewed this project, and I'd like to ask her to come up at this time and present the project to you.
Thank you.
Rosanna?
Now, just for clarification for everybody, that this one has been approved through DOA, correct?
Yes, the final order. This is the overlay ordinance.
Okay.
So, together but separate.
Okay.
And do we need to be sworn? No, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Okay. Let me get my place here. I'm sorry. Rosanna Edwards from the Planning Department. This is actually the Tucker Bayou Conceptual PUD. This is a request to approve by ordinance. It's the first reading of the PUD overlay ordinance. It's project number MAJ 25-000046. This is a major development application submitted by Interlight Engineering on behalf of Tucker Bayou Investments, LLC. They are requesting a conceptual PUD consisting of 47 single-family lots, civic and recreational uses, and associated infrastructure on 21.33 plus or minus acres with a future land use of residential and mixed use and zoning districts of traditional neighborhood development, neighborhood infill, and conservation residential 1 to 2.5. Property is in District 5, and it's located north of Dog Hobble Lane and east of North County Highway 395, and it is adjacent to the Point Washington neighborhood planning area. Staff reports are in your, parcel numbers are in your staff report. If you would please enter that into the record.
So entered.
As I mentioned before, this is the first reading of the overlay. The final order was presented to you earlier today and approved. This project did start at the TRC August 6th and was recommended approval to move forward to the Planning Commission. They unanimously recommended approval to the Board of County Commissioners. The final order, the project did go to the special magistrate in September of 25. Today, we're here for the first reading of the overlay ordinance. If you remember, this was part of that amended neighborhood plan that was adopted last year. It was since rescinded earlier this year with Senate Bill 180. The applicant has offered to still follow some of those guidelines, more restrictive, more restrictive standards in that Point Washington neighborhood plan, although they are not in that neighborhood plan. Those are in that overlay ordinance. Most of those which I provided to you, I think they were in your packet, but just in case, I provided an additional copy. And that speaks to tree preservation and the dark sky lighting requirements. I did want to point out, though, in some of that language, there is a section as part of that tree ordinance that the HOA have authority to authorize administrative deviations from some of our LDC requirements in keeping with that preservation. And that's going to vary in parking, landscaping, and
building setbacks. So that is in addition to the deviations the applicant's requesting, which are also outlined. There's 5 deviations as part of this application from the LDC that they are requesting. Some of those have to do with the uses that are typically required in the T&D, and that's commercial uses, artisanal uses, and workplace. And then there are some setback deviations and a sidewalk deviation they were requesting.
Are they trying to buy out the sidewalk?
They are not. The deviation is to put another material besides concrete, a more pervious material, instead of sidewalk. So they're not requesting a sidewalk buyout,
Okay.
just a different material.
What setbacks are they using?
Setbacks. The setbacks they are requesting, instead of a 7.5 side setback, they are requesting a 5-foot side setback. And instead of a rear setback of 15, they're requesting a rear of 10. And this is only adjacent to the lots that have a 10-foot natural buffer. So it amounts to maybe 8 to 10 lots at most. And another setback would be from the front. And that is for the porches. Porches that are not covered and open and non-air conditioned to have a 10-foot setback. So those are the setback deviations they are requesting.
What's the community benefit?
I will leave that to the applicant to discuss, but they are maintaining Dog Hobble Lane, and if I'm correct, they are providing a less intense project, because I think that's what the Point Washington neighborhood community wanted, was a less intense project, and that was the purpose of eliminating the commercial use and the workplace and artisanal uses.
Okay.
So I can answer any other questions if you have.
Was the community okay with this?
I did, I haven't received any written public comments. I think there was one individual that spoke at the Planning Commission. I haven't received any correspondence since then.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
But you did say the community was involved in what you just
The
you just
community
stated.
was involved in part of the neighborhood plan. As the project moved forward and that was rescinded, they were required to have a community meeting as part of this application. So they did do that, and like I said, I haven't heard any
Well, you just
feedback
said
from that.
you said it because that's what they wanted, so I just
They
want to know
wanted-
it.
Point Washington neighborhood plan.
Yeah.
They were part of that neighborhood plan, so they did work together to form that, but since that was rescinded as a
So
separate project.
they're okay with it, is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't know. They
Oh,
were
okay.
okay with the neighborhood plan, but from what I understand, I haven't got any negative comments for the project proposal.
Okay.
And they were required to have a neighborhood meeting
Do you
for
know
the
if anybody
project.
showed up for that meeting?
I do,
Don't
there
know.
was an attendance list, but I would have to defer to Mr. Hall.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's a familiar face.
Feel like I'm the banquet speaker, in the afternoon session at the convention. My name is Steve Hall, and my law firm is Stephen K. Hall, PA, soon to be of Defuniak Springs, Florida permanently, and glad for it. I am the attorney who has been working with this project and this team since the very beginning. So I need to make sure that everybody's on the same page quickly and efficiently. What we're looking at here, the overlay ordinance, is a condition of the conceptual PUD order that you approved earlier.
Right.
If you remember, for those of you who've been through the process, our PUD process requires two completely separate processes. What was approved tonight was the approval of the conceptual PUD DO. We are already engaged in the second round, which is the detailed PUD approval. Again, another QJ hearing, another TRC, another planning commission meeting, and a reappearance in front of the special magistrate in order to get to the final detailed PUD DO. So this ordinance that you have in front of you is a requirement of that conceptual PUD DO because we've got 3 different land uses within the boundary of the PUD. So it's a requirement of the LDC that if you've got more than one land use, in order to be able to operate as an overlay district, you gotta actually amend the land development code. So what you're doing tonight, it is tonight now, isn't there? What you're doing tonight is first reading of the overlay district. So within the boundaries of just this little piece, the 21.35 acres, these rules will apply, like they're in the land development code. Quickly, a unique situation. We applied before the Senate bill was approved and went into effect. You know the effects that it had on the Point Washington neighborhood plan. The Neighborhood Planning Committee spent 1.5 years designing amendments to the neighborhood plan that were focused on these 22 acres. They were not, these acres were not inside the neighborhood plan prior to the amendments being adopted by this board in December. So the other major thing that the Neighborhood Planning Committee, and is part of the reason that we say it was a group of neighbors that worked together independently with Kristen Schell for about 1.5 years to come up with those amendments to the neighborhood plan. All of a sudden, the tree ordinance, very detailed tree ordinance they adopted, the night sky ordinances that they adopted, the compliance with the historical pattern book that they adopted, the reduction in dwelling units per acre that they adopted were all void ab initio, did not apply to my client. So what do? The client said, look, we built our whole pro forma around this idea. Rather than 30 units per acre, we're doing 2 units per acre. That's the existing allowable density on this T&D zoning site. So we're at 2.2 or 2.3 units per acre. We have voluntarily subjected ourselves to the most rigorous tree ordinance between Leon County and the Alabama line. It is the first, we are generated, designed around, you think we can find that tree survey? Around a survey of the protected trees on site. Yeah, you got it, David? I'm already talking longer than I should have. Just showing.
That's all right, I'll cut you off in a minute.
Okay, cut me off.
I'm David Smith with Interlight Engineering.
May I approach?
Yes, you can.
You can see all the numerous trees that are in this location and just throughout the community. We did the tree survey for our design, the subdivision.
Oh, wonderful,
Very
okay.
extensive tree survey.
Very nice, very nice.
So that was the beginning of the planning on site, and that was the plan that we took to the neighbors.
Are you really wanting to talk? or
I really
can I
don't
just-
want to talk.
Brad,
Or
did
can
you
I
want-
just make a motion to approve and
I
be
re-
done with it?
I really don't want to talk, and we're
Second.
going to go through this whole process
We have a
again.
motion and a second.
All right. Bless you.
Any comments from the board?
Is there
Any
any
comments from-
opposition?
Any comments from the audience?
I
Yes,
think there
come
are
on.
some people that are here that are
Come on, come
not
on.
happy with us.
This was really my main reason on coming here, but my name's Chandler Williams. I live in Point Washington. We have property in Point Washington. My wife grew up in Point Washington. We did go to the community meeting. Overall community census was not an approval. These guys are doing a great job as far as trying to conserve. But when you, none of these guys live in Point Washington. And when you live in Point Washington, we live in Audubon Point. We have 3 active boys. Your kids cannot go on 395. As Chancellor diligently working, trying to get that approved. Nothing is moving forward on the development of 395 to have actually use of the boat launch. Where this position is, I'm not against development or growth. I think what they're doing is great, but the timing, as we've all talked this evening, is the land and development order is just, one, we got to get it together. 2, you have conservation written up there and preservation, which this area, it is unbelievable. You know, these are all going to be spec homes put on this beautiful piece of property in an underdeveloped area right now, because my kids cannot safely drive a bike to the boat launch without getting hit out by a contractor, or there's no safety there. and then you tie in Dog Hobble Lane, and that's a really dangerous corner. So if you look at it and you really look at the feasibility on this, and you add 40 more homes, 50 more homes, that's how many cars are gonna be there. On top of, you have a school, you have a church, you have 395 when you're trying to go out, you have all these logistics that 395 has probably the worst road in South Walton right now. So I'm not against necessarily the development. I think what they're doing is great. They've worked very strenuously with Eric's and the community. I think it was just June when we had the meeting. I think it came to a shock to a lot of people. The signs posted hidden back in Dog Hobble. Pretty sure all the people live on Dog Hobble. I would be very angry if I lived there. Again, this is going back to Kevin's comment from Seaside earlier. This is generational for myself. I grew up here. My kids are probably going to be back here. We have a beautiful acre in the historical area in Point Washington. We plan on living there. And when you add this many homes and that dense, I know it's less than what you could possibly build supposedly. It just impacts it so greatly, and it's not going to return. We won't be able to get it back how Point Washington is. It's already becoming more and more dense because every little nugget's bought out and find some roadway to get in. Safety is an issue, a big issue right now. And I'm not saying, you know, whatever you can, just postpone it, because obviously there's development orders that needs to get, you know, figured out, or the development plan. But, you know, safety is the biggest thing, and 395 isn't ready for more infrastructure further way back. And then to top it off, the 395 project, the road project, it's not even gonna affect off of Eden and Dog Hobble. That's gonna be their own scenario, which they could not even come up with a possible solution on how to manage that traffic in that dangerous intersection. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Anyone else? Seeing none, there's a motion and a second on the floor. I understand your concerns, and I can appreciate them, but they have done a lesser density than would have been allowed, and to your point, they have done some, you know, some really nice aspects of it, leaving a lot of trees and things like that. I can't have you come back up, I'm sorry. But we already have a motion and a second on the floor. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the next one is Shorey.
Yes, ma'am. This is the Shorey SSA with rezoning. This is the adoption hearing. It was reviewed by Ms. Ayanna Reed, so I'll ask Ayanna to please come up and present the project to you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. I will, forgive me ahead of time if I stumble over my words. It's been a long day and a long evening.
We
so-
won't notice.
Okay. All right, Ayanna Reed for the record, Walton County Planning and Development. Okay. Actually, before I present the staff report, I'm going to present this to Loretta. Okay, this is Shorey SSA with rezoning. This is an adoption hearing and a request to approve by ordinance FLU 24-000-002. This is a future land use with rezoning application submitted by Solution Partners LLC on behalf of Blake Shorey LTD and LLC, requesting to change the future land use from conservation residential to general agriculture or a lesser category, and to change the zoning district from conservation residential 1 to 2.5 to general agriculture or a lesser district on 36 plus or minus acres. The property is in District 5, located on the west side of North Church Street, approximately 1.6 miles north of West Nursery Road, and as identified by the parcel numbers in your staff report. We did receive several public comments in support of and in opposition to this project, so may I enter all of this into the staff report?
Yes, so entered. Thank you.
Okay, so there is a history on this project, and before I give the opportunity to the applicant to present, I just want to refresh everyone's memory because the project was originally applied for in 2024, so and it's been off of the agenda for a while. The applicant came back and provided some revisions based on prior conversations at Planning Commission and the BCC. So I'll try to keep this as short as possible. So the development intent after successful rezoning, the property owners, they do not wish to sell the property, but rather, per their narrative letter, enhance it by developing it into a boarding place for horses, horse and walking trails, duck pond, garden, and a unique rustic family recreational vehicle park with agriculture and recreation amenities with 20 RV pads surrounded by existing trees and natural vegetation.
Madam Chair?
So with that being
ma'am.
said, oh, yeah, go ahead.
Madam Chair, since our attorney ain't in here, Frankie, Ms. White, would you, this property has a citation issued on 10/7/25, that's this month. I thought the policy of the board was we didn't hear land use that had a pending, code complaint.
It's got more than one.
Yeah. Oh, here he comes. He's saved by the bell.
And thank you, Commissioner Glidewell, for bringing that up. That is something that I did ask Rachel Neenan, our code compliance officer, to speak to. I had a chat about that with Stephen Schoen, our planning director. And my understanding is that this application would help, would amend these existing code cases.
Do we allow people to, do we allow land use changes with a property that's got a pending 1, 2, 3?
That, historically, the county's position has been not to allow changes through land development code processes or the issuance of development orders on projects that have pending code violations. I will acknowledge up front that there is one major exception to that, however, and that is where, as part of a voluntary compliance or stipulated agreement after magistrate proceedings, the requirement was for someone to go through the process to obtain those changes. Now, ultimately, the concept when that happens, and I say that's an exception, but I want to caveat that for everybody without talking about this project for a minute. The understanding when that happens is that it is usually a pending, or excuse me, an existing nonconformity or something that is derived out of historical uses that have just crept further and further away from what the intended use was. We see that with operating businesses that have added on, they've expanded seating, reduced parking, bought a property next to them, and then we have to look at those reasons. What I would say to the board is, you have to make a decision whenever you're presented with any project and a legislative determination whether or not it meets the county's overarching goals and fits with the health, safety, and welfare of the general public. This is a legislative determination, not quasi-judicial, so you have the broadest of your discretion. As such, you also are not setting precedent. But I will only caution this. Whenever you take up a project that has done something out of compliance, been found to be in violation, and then without going through all the process, entering into voluntary compliance measures, and then comes to you after they've demonstrated compliance in some form or fashion, and ask you to then change the land use because that will solve it, that is the definition of asking for forgiveness rather than asking for permission. And while that will not set precedent, it is something that I must advise the board that you should consider very heavily. If the only solution to a code violation is to completely change the zoning of the property, then you're blessing exactly what they're doing on that property that's out of compliance the moment you give them that rezoning. Whether you like that or not, and so I'll just say, I just said it a second ago, When
What's
you
the-
give someone a rezoning, they get to do everything from the top of that category to the bottom of that category, no ceiling, no floor in between. You don't get to consider what they're gonna do. You've got to consider what they're actually able to do, and you've got to decide, does that meet the large scale, the large view of this county and its complex?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can this be continued?
Can it be continued?
That's up to you.
I mean, is that an option?
Absolutely,
Motion-
yes, sir. If the board wants to continue it, you may continue.
Motion to continue.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue. Any comments from the board?
Yeah, I would, as my two fellow commissioners, and I'm not putting words in y'all's mouth.
Right.
But as my two fellow commissioners said, I have a problem with hearing anything that has a code violation in it.
I do too.
And I think that needs to be straightened out before we look at this, and not after we've not doing something we need to do to fix the code violation.
I agree with you
And
100%.
I heard a lot of yes buts that I don't like, so I'm gonna agree
Okay,
with
so,
the other one.
any comment from the audience? Yes, sir.
Well, this is just on continuance, there's not really.
Oh, it's
public
on
comment.
continuance, I'm sorry, never mind.
Yeah, it's not a public.
Cancel. We're gonna,
Is it okay
All in-
that we add, well, a staff member might have something to add?
On a
to that before
continuance,
we continue?
not with the
Continuing.
continuance, let's
No?
take
Okay.
the continuance up.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, a date certain.
When I get it fixed.
for continuance.
Yeah, once all this is cleaned up, once all
To
the.
be clear, Commissioner, your motion to continue is to continue this matter until such time as the code violations have been remedied.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So
Yes.
reflect that on the motion. That way, the matter won't have to restart the planning process.
They will not, right?
They will not have to restart the whole process. We'll work out the advertising depending on how it goes.
Thank you.
Okay. Good catch, sir.
All right.
Okay, we have one, is this last one yours too?
Yes.
Okay,
God
Give
bless
me one moment while I transition.
sure, take your time.
We apologize that y'all sat here all this time for a continuance, sorry.
Okay. This is CR 3280, SSA with rezoning, an adoption hearing and request to approve by ordinance, project number FLU 25000023. This is a future land use with rezoning application submitted by Clifford Nauer on behalf of William and Deborah Carr, requesting to change the future land use from rural residential to industrial and extractive uses or a lesser category, and to change the zoning district from rural village to light industrial or a lesser district on 5.93 acres, plus or minus acres. The property is in District 1 on the south side of County Highway 3280 and is identified by the parcel number in your staff report.
Thank you.
Okay, may I enter the staff report into the record?
Yes, so entered.
Okay, and also public comment that was received. We did receive public comment on this project.
Positive or
So-
negative or both?
Negative.
Okay.
Negative in opposition to. So very briefly here, regarding transportation, so because this would be a, a
It's
commercial
okay.
project, water and sewer would have to be provided to the site, and that would be provided by the city of Freeport. Just very briefly, in terms of the development intent, the applicant is proposing to develop 140 mini storage units with no utilities, 16 1,500 square foot warehouse buildings with one restroom each. And of course, I'll give the applicant an opportunity to elaborate on this. Boat storage with wash down area, and one 7,200 square foot commercial building with supporting infrastructure. That being said, in terms of transportation, our engineer said that at maximum build-out, the proposed development will generate 134 new PM peak hour trips. I will note that the traffic impact study analyzes the maximum build-out potential. It's not the likely development scenario, so additional trips generated by the proposed land use amendment may have adverse impacts on the operations of access roadways and intersections. We did find in the applicant's submittal that they are consistent with the impervious surface area that they're proposing. It aligns with their code and what it's required. Also, they are consistent with our requirements regarding the floor area ratio. And that's all I have for you to consider. But if you don't have any other questions for me, I will hand it over to the applicant.
Do you happen to know, can you give it to us in a nutshell, what the opposition is to it?
So the opposition, I would rather,
You rather us look at it ourselves?
to avoid misinterpretation, I would rather the citizens come up and address that.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I think we, let me see, yeah, I think we all got an email from a Nora Murphy. Does that ring a bell to anybody? Was there conditions put in place with the Planning Commission at all? There was? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, perfect. That's the only opposition that I got email form from anybody, so, and I think it was addressed to everybody up here.
But you got more than one.
That's the only one I received, yeah. That's
You
the
only
only one.
received just the one?
I've received
Okay.
one.
Okay.
So-
Is that her letter?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cliff Nauer, K-N-A-U-E-R. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. As she mentioned, we have a little under 6 acres of property that is, if you're familiar with the area, just past McDaniel's Fish Camp store. And so this is McDaniel's Fish Camp Road. This is about 1.2 miles, 1.3 miles to the east of 331. And our property line comes pretty close to the property line for the McDaniel's Fish Camp store. The property is about 6 acres altogether. We have no wetlands. There's no gopher tortoises. There's no threatened or endangered species. So the property's high and dry. We don't really have any environmental issues of any sort on the property. I wanted to talk just for a second, if I could, about how we laid the property out to try to be as respectful to the adjacent neighbors as we possibly could. Miss Nora Murphy's here today, and I'm going to talk about that for just a second too, but she owns some property here, and there's some other folks that own houses back here behind it as well. And what we tried to do, and what we did do, is we laid out all the mini storage units adjacent to the residential property so that we would have the least effect on the residential as possible. Mini storage units are about the lightest impact development that you can have against residential. We put our warehouses out on 3280, and we put the one commercial building about halfway down Altman Road, which is, half the distance away from the neighbors are really over here, and there's 2 neighbors across the street that'll be here to speak tonight as well, I'm guessing. And so we put the only commercial building that we have on the site halfway between the two. These warehouse buildings will have no access to 3280, so they back up to 3280 itself, and then the parking will be inside. At the Planning Commission, we agreed to provide a 25-foot buffer all the way along the property, adjacent to any residential houses. And that was one of the conditions that we agreed to, was to leave it fully wooded.
What's the requirement?
I think the requirement's 20, I believe. And so we agreed to 25 foot with leaving it fully wooded. And then
prior to the planning commission meeting, let me say one other thing, I'm sorry. This is the boat washdown area here, which is just gonna be gravel, basically. That's the only entrance road in from 3280, and that's the only, these two exits are both out onto Altman Road. One of the big issues that came up at the planning commission meeting was the buffer. We would normally be required to plant this buffer all the way across the back, but the site's heavily wooded, and so Ms. Nora Murphy reached out to me prior to the planning commission meeting, and I talked with her about what she would like to see, and at that time, she said that she would like to see a privacy fence all the way down the property line. And so I talked to the owners of the project. The owners of the project at that time said, well, you know, we could put a chain link fence up on the inside of the property line. And Ms. Nora asked if one could be put up, if a privacy fence could be put up on the outside of the property line. Right now, the owner of the property is fine if you guys want to make it a condition that we put up a privacy fence on the property line. That's what they would actually prefer. But I think Ms. Nora's concern about having privacy between their residential homes down here and anything related to the commercial, we would, you know, certainly be willing to, you know, help with that however we could.
So she was wanting it 25 feet inside the property line, and you're wanting to put it on the property line.
So to start, it's kind of a long story, but to start with, she wanted a privacy fence on the property line.
Okay.
The owner said, well, how about if we just put a chain link fence up 25 feet into our property? And the owner would prefer to have the privacy fence on the property line is what the owner would prefer to have. I also got calls after the planning commission meeting when we advertised for this meeting from people that also live back here that said they do want a privacy fence on the property line and not a chain link fence off of the
Right.
property line, because their concern was that people that were, you know, going to the mini warehouses would be able to see through the chain link fence, see to their property or whatever. And this is all gonna be gated, so it'll be controlled access. It's not gonna be a free-for-all of any sort.
And what is it again that's on the left side for me, that's backing up to the, to the road, so you're not gonna be able to see? Is that correct? I mean, are these?
These
yeah,
are just, these are warehouses.
Are they, so, but you've got the cars going on the other side of them, is that?
Yes, ma'am, the
Okay.
cars would get into it here.
Okay, that's
They have-
good.
So they
That's
have no
good.
access out to 3280.
Right.
And we can do the same thing on 3280 with the buffer. You know, if for whatever reason.
Have
the
they
gen-
asked for that?
The gentleman across the street asked if we could leave as much woods as possible.
Okay.
And I believe we agreed to that at the planning commission meeting as well.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter to us because that's the back of the building that's
Right.
backing up to it, so we don't really need to clear it all. The only thing that I would say is that, you know, the planning, land development code has a certain number of canopy, understory, and shrubs that you're supposed to have per linear foot. And we may have a hard time meeting that by leaving the wooded section, and so I don't know how to resolve that, but that would probably come up during the development order process and not the land use change.
Right.
But we're totally fine leaving it wooded. But we also understand that we're gonna have to meet the county's land development code requirements also, so would like to keep that in mind.
Okay.
And so, we've tried to be as open as we can in discussion with the neighbors. The gentleman across the street were concerned about what they would be seeing from the roadway. And we felt like leaving it wooded out front, because it's very, very thick, would probably be the best way. There are some very large pine trees that would probably have to come out, because our buildings would literally be right under giant pine trees, but
Right.
anything other than the giant pine trees, we'd be happy to leave, no problem at all. And
Great.
so, we think it's planned out to be like a transitional project between residential, and other uses. And I also just wanted to point out quickly that there are quite a few of other commercial uses in the area already. So There's Suncoast Insulation is down the street from the project. You've got the Exxon gas station, the Southern Diner right next door, Panhandle Power Wash and Supply Warehouse, Central Turf and Irrigation, Live Oak Landing, RV Resort, and then you've also got the Black Creek Lodge, Marina, and RV Resort in that area as well. And so we think it's a good transitional project for that neighborhood, and certainly open to, you know, whatever design adjustments we can make during the, you know, development order process to try to accommodate the neighborhood. And be happy to answer any kind of questions you got.
Any questions?
And, don't have one from Mr. Nair, but I got one from Mr. Adkisson. I believe Mr. Nair said that there was at least a request to put the privacy fence 25 feet inside the property. When I've been told all my life that, putting a fence on that after so many years, that becomes the property line.
Right.
It could well reestablish property lines if a person voluntarily fences less than their full amount of property and fails to utilize that property consistent with the area fenced in.
So we can't require somebody to do that.
I don't, I mean, certainly if the developer wants to do it on their own, they can, but I would not recommend we ever take the position of demanding someone place fencing to segregate their property in such a way that could risk an adverse claim of ownership.
Is the whole point of the fence for privacy, so people can't see?
That's from
That is the purpose.
my discussion with Ms. Nora.
So I don't
was
see
that
how a chain link fence is gonna stop that. So I would
Yeah.
presume that the privacy fence would be the best way to go on the property line, correct?
That's what we're asking for.
It would also provide the most security for the site as well as people coming off the site, if that's a concern.
I'm
Ms.
I'm
Nor-
interested in hearing the opposition.
Yeah, Ms. Nora's here. She'll explain to you whatever she would like, and I'll be happy to answer any more questions that you guys have.
Thank you. Good. Yes.
I didn't know
Oh,
if you
okay.
could see.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of things to add to the record as corrections. So at the Planning Commission meeting, conditions were not added per se, and a lot of the conversation was around the 25-foot buffer. Maybe legal can speak to this, but that 25-foot, what they considered as a condition is already a requirement under light industrial. In subsection, 2.02.27, G1, there's a 25-foot buffer between industrial uses and any other land use. So at the development order stage, I believe that's when we would probably address the fencing requirements.
And what they
So,
did, Ms. Reed, as I understand, we
Mhm.
discussed this would be a development order level.
yeah,
They acknowledged that they were fine stipulating that that would be the requirement on this site as part of this request, so that if the development order came in with something different that
Mhm.
did not require that, for instance, a commercial versus an industrial use, the same buffer would be granted. So basically, they pulled what they expect their development order conditions forward to this, is how it was discussed.
thank you for the clarification. And also, I do want to add that I only received one public comment from Robert Stapleton in the back here. I don't recall receiving the public comment that you received, so I might not have been copied on that email.
No, you weren't. It was all the
Okay.
commissioners.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that for the record also.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, before we have public comment, any motion? Do you want
Motion
any
to
more
approve.
comments?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? 3 minutes each.
Been a long night, right?
I know, it has.
My name is Charlie Altman Jr., and this property they're wanting to develop runs right down my fence road that's already there. And during the planning meeting, they was like iffy about sending it forward to y'all for a couple of reasons. One of them was a 25-foot buffer, and that to have the fence put on their side. That was their agreement, they would do that. In the final, they finally voted it in when they said they would do that. Then they come back and said, oh, we decided we're not gonna do this. got a phone call after they sent you this stuff, the paperwork. And they even talked about switch or bait and switch. That's the first time I ever heard that. And that's what they were worried about during the planning meeting, about baiting and switching. In other words, saying one thing and then doing another once they get their foot in. And here we are. Now, the fence that we agreed upon at that point would be on their side of the buffer. Part of our problem with the buffer is the 25-foot buffer is natural. Okay, it's gonna sound barrier or whatever. But not only that, how are they gonna get in there to put that fence up on that 25-foot buffer without removing some of that buffer? To get tractors and all in there to clear it, you follow me? To put the fence right there, that was our thing. We wanted that fence on their side to also help buffer the sound that's coming in and out of there. I had a couple questions I'd like to answer too. They had, I think, 3,324 acres, and they only broke this 5 acres out and left it with Walton County and gave the rest to the city of Freeport. Now, they've already got an industrial park approved across Highway 20, which is probably a couple miles straight if you look from where we're standing at that property, right there, an industrial park approved. Why ain't they putting that there? Why are they putting it on us? Something ain't adding up here. And what I'm scared of too, they're gonna get their foot in the door, and they're gonna do the same thing about the fence, they're gonna do something different. I don't want a concrete plant by me, I don't want an asphalt plant, I don't want none of this. I just say nip it in the bud. If you can't go with the simple fence and you're already changing your mind, your word's nothing to me. I mean, the Bible tells me your yeas be yeas, your nays be nays. So once you start swapping on me, I can't trust anything you're gonna tell me. And, it's, to me, my heart ain't in it. Our family has been there, my dad and my family has been there on my property since 1932. Okay? If you look at my property, I take pride in my property. It's a beautiful place. I planted trees, I built the house with my bare hands, me. I got almost a 2,000 square foot home, laid every block, poured the foundation, put the roof on it, me. Nobody else, no contractors, me. I got sweat and blood in it, and to have somebody come in here and they want to do something like this right here at it, which they could go put it on the property. They gave everything to City of Freeport, and in my opinion at that point, all they kept doing was mention the ballpark. They bought them off with the ballpark. There's a reason they got everything passed through the door right there real quick, because every time something come up, it was always talking about the ballpark, what you can do with the ballpark. Just think about that ballpark. And I think they was more focused on the ballpark than they was the rest of this development. So I don't trust them.
Thank you very much. Come on up, the late. The guy in the back? Okay, you're gonna.
Again, Nora Murphy, and first, I'm sorry it's so late, so I am going to try and keep this short. The confusion on the fence came out when my brother got his notice and I didn't get one. So he texted me a picture, I called the engineer. That's when we were talking. I said, well, ideally, this is before I even got paperwork, before the planning, I'd like to see at least a privacy fence, right? Well, then I, again, never got the paperwork, but went to the planning board. And when one of the planning commissioners made the motion to approve, she specifically said, and I do wish y'all would watch the video, with the conditions that all that natural vegetation, 25 foot, be undisturbed and the fence go within 25 foot within their property lines. She's the one that said they would be scared that it might be a bait and switch. But even moving across that, what I then said was, if it's in 25 foot inside their property, I don't care if it's a chain link fence or a privacy fence. Now, we already have a barbed wire fence. We've never encroached on their land. If we wanted to encroach on their land, we'd have done it 20, 25, 35 years ago. But moving on, my problem is I'm with him. I got a phone call afterward by, I believe, the car's son-in-law, who then tells me that there was miscommunication and they weren't willing to put that fence 25 foot in and leave all that natural vegetation. Do you know that a pine tree absorbs hundreds of gallons of water per day? Do you know why there's no wetlands on it? because it's full of natural, beautiful, wooded, heavy wooded. So that's why, you know, they're gonna clear cut it. That's why we stress that 25 foot of keeping it what it is. Sound barrier, absorb the water. Now, I don't know who else he was talking about because I couldn't see his thing, but on the back side of that property, I don't know what other neighbors he would have talked to because me and my brother and my niece are the only ones that owns on that backside. Well, there is one more that's vacant land, the Coxes. I correct there, but never seen him at a meeting. So again, but let's go back to a thing that we just said. We give them a zoning change, we can never go back. They haven't applied for a developmental order. They could go for the max. It is surrounded by Royal Residential. A lot of these companies he named, these are just home businesses that people work out of. So I again would like you to take a note from the lesson of the asphalt plant. That my most important thing is our future is our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and their children after that. They have in their development with Freeport have an elementary school less than a mile away from the site. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Wallace Clark. I live across the street, across on 3280, next to Poor Boy Lane. And I don't really go for the project at all. I never thought they would build there when we moved there 11 years ago, because we're surrounded by woods. And that property is all woods, and as far as I'm concerned, I think it's timberland. I seen a document that said it's timberland. So how can you take timberland and then make it industrial? Now they're saying light industrial, and then I'm seeing on my paper here it says industrial. Well, how can you put industrial right there? There's houses all around it. And my neighbor Robert and I, we're across the street from it. It doesn't make sense.
I understand.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Robert Stapleton. I live at 1401 County Highway 3280. This is what they're doing. I don't know if y'all can see that little dot. All this right here across the street from them, that little gray area, that's 5,000 apartments that they're putting in. Last time we had this meeting, and like I was saying earlier, about the breakdown in communication between the city and the county, all this was annexed in. Right here on the corner, that red, that's commercial. Why can't they put it there? Why did they gotta take the last 6 acres on that corner that wasn't annexed in and put a storage unit place? There's one 1.5 miles from down the road, right there on 331. Second of all, this man's talking high and dry. I sent pictures in of 330 or 3280 underwater. If you go back one picture and you look at the satellite view, you look at my property. 1 acre on my property is a pond. If it wasn't for that pond, our property would be underwater every time we get good rain. Ever since they did the development on Jolly Bay and built them storage where that creek runs out, it usually runs behind the Exxon station. It gets shallow back up in the woods. I've seen that water come through the woods and fill up my pond, which we call it a retention pond now. If I was to go in there and fill that up, which I can, all that water is gonna go where?
Right to you.
And now you're building 5,000 apartments over there. You're gonna raise that up. Then you're gonna raise it up there, high and dry. I got pictures. It ain't high and dry. The county's been out there to try to fix the water flow. They say our property is up high enough, and then it just sits right there in the front. And when it gets too high, it doesn't flow down to the creek. They say that our property splits. The water deviates. Well, It doesn't. It sits right there. Then when it gets too high, it goes over 3280. It's happened numerous times. I live there. I see it. I take pictures. So all this stuff that they're talking about, and here it is right here, where that little 6 acres, it said lumber. Now, we got into this conversation last time, protected land. I own 100 feet of the woods next to me. Everything that I did with Walton County, I had to build 20 foot off of that because it was protected, even though I owned it. You guys made me build stuff 20 feet off it. White striped trees, you didn't put the signs on there, but we went over there and talked to the city. Yeah, anything with white stripes we put on there is protected. You can't. That's why I had to build 20 feet off it. Whatever builder, never seen no white stripes on trees or little signs that people put up there. That young lady right there, she's got pictures of it, so.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Clip, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, it seemed like one person said that they didn't get notified. One of them did and the other one didn't. Why, so that's an issue right there.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, we sent the same, it's 89 notices that we sent out. We sent the same exact notices for the planning commission that we sent for the county commission. I have all the green cards in my folder, and we've already provided all of those to planning. So I don't know. Ms. Nora also told me that one of the neighbors' envelopes came in their mailbox already opened up. I have no idea. All I can do is go to the post office and have them send it on.
Right.
But it was 89 that were sent out for planning, 89 that were sent out for tonight. And so,
Is there any chance that they're going to do something different besides what you're showing us?
no ma'am, we're probably 90% complete or more with plans right now. We've already had our geotechnical. We've already had the biologist has already done the full wetland delineation of the property. I'm literally 90% complete right now. And then, of course, the fear of a concrete plant or an asphalt plant, you can't do that in light industrial. And so we couldn't build that if we wanted to.
So did it change from
Yeah,
something else to light industrial?
Yeah, the pre-application was for heavy industrial.
Okay.
Was the pre-application, and we figured out that we didn't even need heavy industrial, that light industrial allowed us to build the mini storage units, which is what they wanted to build, was the mini storage units. And so
Would they be willing to put a fence 25 feet inside that?
I mean, I think if you guys made that a condition of it, we'd be fine with it. We would prefer to have it on our property line, just because insurance-wise, and if somebody in the future tries to claim that property, I don't know the legal side of it.
If you
But-
put it on the property line, would you leave a wooded buffer 25
Yes,
feet
absolutely,
inside of it?
absolutely. And you guys can make it a condition of your approval. We'd be 100% fine with that.
But they're asking to put it inside that wooded buffer area. That's what the community's wanting. And that
Well,
man's lived there his whole life.
But we can't legislate
do
that. We can't, be.
Well, we can
In
ask him,
contract zone,
we can
that's not
ask him,
relevant.
if he's not willing, but we can ask him.
So,
I'm
Hold
putting
on.
you on the spot.
Hold on just a minute. If we require that, and then they have a problem later, can the county be liable?
Most likely not in that scenario. Because we can't require it, he's gotta agree to it, we can't force it upon him.
the only concern that the owner would have is somebody trespassing on the property, getting hurt, or something like that on the property, then he's still responsible if it happens on his property. And so, the only thing I can think, and also, we don't have to clear all the woods to put up a privacy fence. You can put a privacy fence up with post hole diggers and minimal clearing. So we could put a privacy fence up on the property line with very, very minimal clearing to at least identify the property boundaries. I think if your question is, is the fence 25 foot inside the property line a deal killer for us? I think the answer is no. I think that we'd be fine with it, but the owner's concern was about somebody getting hurt on the property, and also about insurance. That his gated property is not covering all of his property. So I don't know the legalities of it. As far as leaving it wooded, they have no problem with leaving it wooded.
I heard a couple times about the conditions at the planning. I mean, is that what they agreed to or not agreed to?
Madam Chair.
Hang on,
Okay,
hang on.
let's,
Hang on.
we can't, we can't.
Go ahead.
So with the 25-foot buffer, it's already a requirement in the proposed zoning. So at the development order stage, when he submits for his development order application, that's something that staff would already be looking for. So that has to happen no matter what. Now, in terms of how that 25-foot buffer is defined, in terms of the barriers such as a fencing or things like that, I mean, I can't really say at this stage, but he is going to have a 25-foot buffer no matter what.
But did they say at the
So-
planning meeting that they would put the fence inside that 25-foot buffer? Did they say that?
I don't know, I'll have to look at the meeting minutes. I don't know, do you remember?
Yes, that was said.
Yeah.
You did?
That was said, yes. The only thing I would add to that is that the original request from Ms. Nora was to put a privacy fence up on the property line. That's what she originally asked for. I talked to the owner about it, and the owner asked if, instead of putting a privacy fence up on the property line, if he could put a chain link fence up inside of that, would that be satisfactory to her? And so I think at that time, if I'm right, Ms. Nora, I think at that time, she said that would be satisfactory. At that time, I think is what transpired. After the planning commission meeting, I had calls from one particular lady that works for a healthcare company that lives directly behind the project that asked if a privacy fence would be going up on the property line. So I will tell you that at the planning commission meeting, the discussion was a chain link fence 25 feet inside the property line. That was the discussion that was at the meeting.
Okay.
Our preference would be to have a privacy fence on the property line. And so whatever you guys decide, we're gonna.
There's fencing
Okay.
that's required. I think the distinction is, do they think they're getting a privacy fence versus getting a chain link fence?
I think that it's privacy fence either on the property line or inside is the issue now. I think the chain link fence is kind of a gone issue, right? So you're willing to put a privacy fence?
Well, you asked me, I think you asked me, Madam Chair, what the discussion was at the planning commission
Yes.
meeting?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I was just
No,
speaking to what he was saying.
Okay. Yeah, and just to address a couple other things, with regard to stormwater, we've already had geotechnical done on the property. The groundwater table is fairly deep, and the permeability rate is very high, so we already have geotechnical completed. We don't expect to have any kind of stormwater problems meeting the county's land development code requirements. Whatever lands on that property during a 25-year storm now is the maximum amount that we can discharge after it's developed. And so we will manage our own stormwater. We won't discharge across to the street to the north where Mr. Stapleton was, where he lives across the street. We won't be discharging that way at all.
Did you say it was a 25-year stormwater plan? Is that what you said?
So we have to handle all storms up to the 25-year critical storm event, which means
Okay.
all storm events, 25 years, up to the 25-year, 100-year storm event, we have to handle that on site, and we cannot exceed the pre-development discharge rate. So, and we're not going to have any problem with that at all. Mostly because we didn't stack and pack the site. We left plenty of room for stormwater. And it's, our proposed plan is not maxed out by any stretch of the imagination. And one last item, if I could, we actually have 74 trips less with industrial than you would have if you leave it under the same land use that it is right now.
You don't think with the 5,000 units being built right next door is going to affect any kind of water drainage?
I don't know where those are being built. I'm not part of that project, so I don't know exactly.
No, I've seen maps.
Y'all want to see the pictures?
I've seen them.
To follow up with Commissioner Curry's comment, that is in the city of Freeport's jurisdiction, so I can see why the applicant might not be able to speak to that. Neither can staff, county staff. We did pull up the meeting minutes from the last planning commission meeting regarding this, and it does state that there was a motion and a second to the recommended approval, keeping the 25-foot tree buffer in the front along CR 3280 and keeping the buffer in the back of the property and requiring that the fence be inside the 25-foot buffer.
That's it.
I can't do it. You've already spoken, right? You've already spoken. Yes, you have. It's late, but, okay, we've got a motion. Do we have a motion? And a second.
And that is with the conditions from the planning.
Is that with the conditions from the planning?
I think that can be, correct me if I'm wrong, Clay, I think all that can be heard at the development order stage.
Development order stage is when it's gonna have to be sorted out no matter what, whether you pose it here or not. So it's up to you if you put it on now or if you just wait and let it be sorted out at the DO, because somebody's gonna have to approve a DO.
Yeah. Okay, no, it's with, just change the, land use. And
And
Cliff,
zone.
if you could cut back up, please.
Yes, sir.
Zoned as it is right now, what could you put there?
So right now, you can put 12 single-family homes and 129,000 square feet of governmental or civic center buildings. So you could fit, on that existing land use, you could put in 12 homes and 129,000 square feet of civic use or government use buildings, which far, far exceeds what we're proposing.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. 4-1, motion passes.
That's it. We need a
Motion to
final
adjourn?
motion.
Meeting is adjourned.